throw it all for me. Falling our best line, man, give thanks for life. Yeah, how we go down like licky-ticky, 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 licky-ticky. We have a style like licky-ticky, 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 The way she go like licky-ticky, 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 licky-ticky. Come and we jam like licky-ticky, 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 that's the vibe. Yeah, that's the vibe, come get it, yo. Hit me with the one drop and let it go. Anywhere the girl, I'm a dead day, yo. When you're area, oh, I. Baby, baby, come, now we'll live it. Tell me when you wanna believe. Let's get up top and it. You know we like that.
And here we are at the Jean-Pierre Complex in Port of Spain, the mecca of the steel pan, which is Trinidad and Tobago. And we're delighted that you can join us for this, the finals for the orchestras for the National Steel Band Music Festival 2024. The theme is Canopium Amoris, Canopy of Love, and that's what we have here at the Jean-Pierre Complex. Lots of love for the pan, lots of love for country, and soon we will be starting the performances. As you know, we have the test piece, the tune of choice. With me, I am delighted to introduce to our audience Michelle Darridge, who is a musician, a music educator, and although she does adjudicate for Pan Trinbago, that's not her role today. She's got another one, which is just as important, to bring you expert analysis and commentary for this, the National Steel Band Music Festival. We have had, of course, the single pan finals. We've had the ensemble finals, and congratulations to all, and in particular to the winners. So today, what are we looking forward to, Michelle?
Wow. First of all, Sharon, it's quite a pleasure to be here. It's my first time on camera doing this, so I'm quite excited, nervous nevertheless, but I know I'm in expert hands.
You are?
So I trust you to carry me like a baby. But Sharon, we're in for quite a treat. If you have been watching the first two legs of the other legs of the competition, the single pan and the ensemble categories, wow, the music was simply out of this world. And so much has been revealed over those sessions. So I'm really looking forward to tonight because it's the bigger guns. They've all been big guns, but it's the bigger guns on tonight. Our large bands, our orchestras, and we're in for a treat. If you love music, this is the place to be.
Well, when we talk about music and we talk about the limitations perhaps of, say, the single pan as opposed to the conventional large orchestra, I think we'll be looking forward to hearing more parts, perhaps.
Yes, because the conventional pans, of course, have a wider range and, of course, more notes. Then you're going to hear a lot more parts, inner parts than just melody, bass, and maybe, you know, one or two little things happening. It's going to be quite complex tonight.
Well, that's in the complex, so that's great.
Yes.
I'm looking at the judges, and we will be sharing, of course, that information with you. But Dr. Eugene Novotny, that name stands out because he is the foreign judge. But he has been associated with Pan and competition in Trinidad and Tobago for many, many years. So, you know, it's something I've always said is a good thing, that we have the foreign judges bringing perhaps their eye for what they see with their symphony music, their orchestras, but yet they learn that our culture does influence the way we play and the way we interpret or adapt classical music.
Yes, Sharon, I really applaud Pan Trinbago for mixing the foreign judges, only two, with our local judges for the final leg. And, you know, the judges have had a chance to meet each other before tonight's competition. And, I mean, the meeting, I've been part of the single pan judging. So it was quite an eye-opener. It was quite a learning experience to sit with them and listen and learn even more about the analysis of the music and what we're looking for. And for us to teach them some of what we're doing, even though they have been involved in pan in their countries.
And you said it so right, Michelle, because we talk about transference of knowledge, not just with industry, but also cultural as well. So let's tell our viewers, the judges that we have. Again, very interesting because it's Adriana Maria Achaiba.
Yes, Adriana is from South,
from
a
South.
well-known South
Steve
pan
Achaiba.
family. Steve Achaiba's very talented daughter.
Yeah, I remember her at about, I think, 6 when Steve brought her to my studio at the time and said, and you know, she's a prodigy. And so indeed it proved that she has that affinity for the pan. And now she's all grown up and she's an adjudicator for these
Yes.
finals.
I think for both she and Dr. Louis Nurse, this is actually their maiden voyage with Pan Trinbago in the adjudicating realm.
I see. All right. So we have
Yes.
Adriana Achaiba. We have
Dr. Roger Henry from UTT.
Dr. Roger J. Henry. Again, such talent. One of our locals who has, who could stand on any stage worldwide. We have Mr. Richard Pear, who is a fixture, really, when it comes to pan, not
Yes.
just for finals for the Steel Band Music Festival, but also, of course, for Panorama. We have Dr. Louis Nurse, who was with me for the past 2 finals. And for those of you who were with us, and once again, thank you so much for being with us. You'd recognize that Dr. Nurse has a very unique way of looking at things and explaining things and interpreting things. And today he is an adjudicator for the orchestras. Then we also have another one of the foreign judges, I believe.
Yes, Dr. Larry Snyder.
Dr. Larry Snyder, and then, of course, as I
Dr.
mentioned.
Eugene Novot.
So both of them are familiar, I believe, with Trinidad and Tobago, especially Eugene Novotny, because, as I say, no stranger to us and to the pan, and we're delighted to have them all. Let's talk a little bit about the bands. We'll just give you a quick rundown of the bands that will be performing tonight.
Yes.
Remember, they will be playing Tune of Choice. The tune of choice is usually the classical piece, but as we've seen with others in this competition before for single pan and ensemble, we have own compositions.
Yes,
Isn't
and
that something?
has been the eye-opener this round,
That's been the
Sharon.
eye-opener.
There have been some fantastic own compositions. I mean, and it's beautiful that it's not just anymore taking tried and true classic from both Mozart and Beethoven and adapting it for the pan. It's music being written for the pan.
For the pan. In
And
a
the-
classical style.
Yes. And as a result of this competition, all those pieces are now scored. You know, we will look at Panorama and say, wow, such great music coming out of the bands, but where can I get a score for it? These pieces have been scored. And I know Pan Notation under Dr. Mia Gormady and her team
And
have
her
also
team.
been scoring music.
We have to
So
thank
music
Mark
is
Loquan.
available.
Mark Loquan, who really was the first who
Yes.
that I was aware of, who recognized the importance and ensured that we would have these transcriptions, the scores, and you can access online. So whether you're in Japan or if you're in Sweden or if you're Antarctica, once you can get online, you can get those scores for Pan.
Yes.
We also have a number of people who will be talking about the test piece. As you would know, for the festival, we've had test piece for different test pieces, but all written and sung by David Rudder. Of course, he's had co-writers for some of those songs, but the theme, the uniform theme, is
David
Rudder,
Rudder's music.
and the test piece is Dedication.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that particular piece?
I found it really apt too, mainly because of the name and the occasion and the fact too that we just proclaimed the steel band as our national instrument.
It was proclaimed.
Dedication is perfect.
And we also got the geographical indication for the pans. So that means that we can stamp on our pans, made in Trinidad and Tobago. The patent is there. And therefore, folks who would recognize that this is the home, this is the birthplace of the steel pan. If you're seeing a range of steel pans somewhere, in a store somewhere, you know that once you see the one that's got made in Trinidad and Tobago stamped on it, recognize that indeed it was made in Trinidad and Tobago. So I think we've got this forward movement
Yes.
in terms of the pan, and let's hope that that continues. So we have tune of choice, we have test piece. I believe we will have best dressed as well.
Yes, there's a trophy for that this time too.
And again, for the past few finals on your screens, you would have seen the beauty that these panists have put into their work to present themselves with lovely outfits. So once again, congratulations to all those who have won Best Dressed. And of course, is complementing the music. So excellence in pan, steel pan excellence, and then we also have, it adds, I think, to that ambiance, the feel of this steel band music festival when you have, I think it's something that, you know, we've been seeing it in Panorama as well. People, of course, have their outfits, everybody with their tees or their polos or whatever, shirts, whatever they've chosen. But for this one, again, you'd notice there's a bit more formality. And I think we should mention to our viewers, Michelle, that it's been said that the music festival perhaps is different from Panorama in the sense that the skill of the panist is perhaps more greatly emphasized here. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I will agree with that. Because while music is music wherever it is, while music is music wherever it is, to play for the festival takes a more meticulous approach, right? For Panorama, yes, you've got dynamics, you've got the louds and the softs, but we tend to associate Panorama with certain crack shots. People who come and just learn off a melody like that. This is far different. And I must applaud our pan men and women for not even using scores while they're playing, which is really, really puts them above the rest. But still, the skill it takes to execute the music at this level, it's a lot more taxing than just Panorama.
And of course, we would know that the scores are given to the judges, so you
Yes.
can't decide that you're going off score
Not at all.
and pushing in a little something.
Because 30 points are going towards musical accuracy.
And as you say that, perhaps you could just mention some of the other things that the adjudicators will be looking for.
Be glad to. So our adjudicators are looking, as I said, accuracy of score, that gets 30 points, where the performers have to perform this piece in accordance with what's written on the score. So you can't veer off from what's there. I know that some of the bands would have played one version in the prelims, but trust me, they submitted a new score for tonight if they added anything or changed it. The second category will be musical communication, also 30 points. And this is, they have to now interpret the work by conveying the necessary emotions, the phrasings, the expressions, as intended by the composer and or the arranger. Then 20 points go for execution. Now this is exhibiting the technical proficiency in performing the music with precision and mastery.
No tapping the sides of the pan with your sticks.
No, they might do that because it might have been
It might have been
into
written
the
in,
score.
but
when
in
you're
terms
hitting
of
the
the
note,
note-
and maybe if you have fast runs, you don't hit outside the note. You have to
the
hit
note,
in the
yes.
belly of the note itself, you know? And of course, the kind of rubber you use, if your stick wasn't good enough, all sorts of things. And then our last category for 10 points will be quality of sound. And of course, how well tuned your instruments are and being able to balance the sound of the instruments as well as the percussion.
When you talk about the instruments, I think, well, perhaps not in this particular case because it is the finals, but I know some bands have had a bit of a problem because it costs money to get great tuners, to have your pans tuned to the best that they can be. And some bands have mentioned the fact that, you know, perhaps the pans were not tuned to the excellence that they would have wanted, but they still were able to reach a standard that the music was able to flow. It was able to come across, and it wasn't discordant in any way.
Okay. Well,
So-
yes.
So that's something. We also have to thank, of course, our sponsors for this National Steel Band Music Festival. It is under the auspices of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. So again, there are those with the vision and those with the wherewithal who are helping with staging something like this, the National Steel Band Music Festival 2024. And we should be starting in a short while. We have had a bit of a delay, and we apologize for that, but we've had some really rainy weather today. I'm not saying that that's necessarily any reason for it, but whatever the reason, we should be starting shortly with this, the finals for orchestras under the theme Canopium Amoris. And now I mean, Latin, I think maybe 1% of our population, if so much. But it fits in so nicely with the fact that there's a lot of classical pieces The root of the language is Latin, and
Yes.
you know we can guess if somebody had said canopium amoris to me, I mightn't have gotten the canopium, but I might have, and the amoris again, love, and that's what it is tonight. It's a lot of love. It's love for the pan. It's love for country. It's love for community, because we will be talking a bit more as we get into the broadcast and into the performances about where the bands are from, some of the things that have shaped those bands, their struggles, and there have been many struggles. For those who are not familiar with the history of the steel pan, again, you can go online, you'll see a lot about it. But for those of us who live it and have lived it, for example, my community in Santa Cruz, if I'm walking into the village, I'll be hearing pan because there is a pan yard that's well kept. It's a sanctuary. It's a safe spot for people. And they're always practicing something, and which is good. Not all communities have it, but again, it's been spoken for many, many years. I remember Lloyd Best, one of our great thinkers, talking about that the pan yard is a microcosm of society and can, of course, become a place where we learn new things. We do new things. We reinvent things. We invent things. And it is a community, from the cleaner to the cook to the person who comes in to help look at the children if their parents have no babysitters and, you know, they need to play. And, you know, it's a whole love. It's just a one love. It's a big love. And we are under the canopy of love in this, the National Steel Band Music Festival. So we can maybe go through just some of the pieces that people are going to be playing.
Sure.
Our first band is Court Sound Specialists of Laventille, and their tune of choice is Star Wars Episode 7. Now I have to say, I'm looking forward to this because sometimes when you think of music, classical music, you think, as you say, of the Shostakovich, the Mozart, the Beethoven. But we have, you know, John Williams, who I love as a composer. I'm not sure if he's still with us, but I love his music, and Star Wars was his thing. He's done music for so many movie scores. So he's going to be doing, sound specialist that is, will be doing the Star Wars Episode 7. I don't know, there's so many episodes of Star Wars. Can't pull out from which one of it. But anyway, the Jedi Steps.
And finale.
And finale. So I would guess that's, you know, that's one with the newer ones. You know, the newer actors, I should say, when there was a lot more inclusion in the movie score. But that's something else. That's another story. So we have our first band that you'll be hearing, the music of John Williams, adapted, however, by Kareem Brown and Sion Gomez. Again, these are names you would have heard, people you would have seen in Panorama on stage with their bands, Sion, Kareem, but they're going to be here, if not conducting, and Kareem will be conducting for the first one. But we're about ready to start. We can hear the MC talking about the protocols to be observed before we start, and that, of course, is that the Prime Minister of the country, Trinidad and Tobago, will be coming soon, and therefore, as soon as he enters into this arena. Now, this arena, Michelle, I remember from the 80s, when I used to come and listen, broadcast Steel Band Music Festival right here. They used to set up different to how they've done it now.
Yes, the bands used to be
They
in
used
the
to be
court,
flat.
and then all the patrons would be in the complex seats.
We'd be in the seats, or the judges would move.
Yes, from
in
band
front-
to
from
band,
band
because
to
all the
band.
bands were stationary.
They were all stationary. And I remember the excitement when you had bands bringing in these instruments that we don't normally see with the steel pan, with the steel bands. Things like the timpani,
Yes, the gong,
the chimes, xylophone. You know, it was a time of wonder, I think, when people came here. I remember, of course, the 1812 overture.
Oh my gosh, that is embedded in my mind.
It is,
as
I
a
think,
child,
with most of
yes.
us. Most of us. Well, you were maybe a child. I wasn't so much a child, but we won't go there. But it was a case of when you heard these instruments, which you would normally see on your television sets with the Philharmonic orchestras, the great ones, global ones, worldwide. And then you came to the stadium and you heard the pan and you heard these conventional instruments. And, I mean, you just lost your breath. they were played, and everybody was in their suits who decided to go with tuxedos, the conductors, Prospect, of course, with his
Oh
baton,
my gosh.
the
And
memories.
this is a steel coat.
Yes, yes. So the memories in this particular venue are many, and they're great. They're very good. Of course, it is an outdoor venue, so we will be looking at just how that affects the thing today. We've all got tents. They're all covered, and I don't expect anybody to get wet if we do indeed get another shower, because we have had showers today, and fingers crossed we will be having no showers, or if any, it'll be a light drizzle that won't affect things because the pans are on the stage this time around. So they're well covered, and any minute now we will be having the call to stand, if you can, for the national anthem, and then we'll be getting into the usual, the invocation, the prayer, and then maybe a few opening remarks, welcome remarks, and then we'll be into the sweet sound of sea. So we talked about the first band, and that's Court Sound Specialists of Laventille. It's one of 10 bands, I believe.
10 bands, 20 pieces of music.
20 pieces of music.
We're in for a full night.
Yes, indeed we are. So, and one that will be enjoyable every moment.
Yes.
So we're very thankful that you're with us on this particular broadcast, and you're in for a treat, as Michelle said. Michelle Dowrich, who is my co-host tonight, and she is a musician and music educator and adjudicator too for PAN. So we'll be able to really go into some of the nuances that you may have missed, or if you're new to it, the nuances that you'll learn for the first time. So now we're going to cross stateside.
Well timed.
Stand if you're not standing already for the playing of the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, done by steel pan musician and MIDCO ambassador Kai Alcantara. Please remain standing as we invite Miss Ursuline Blackett, Vice Chairman of the South Central Region, PAN Trinbago, to say a prayer.
Pleasant good evening to all. Let us pray. Almighty God and Father, we praise and glorify your name as with grateful hearts we embark on another leg of this festival, showcasing the versatility of this our national instrument and the excellent talent and skills of all who are involved. Loving Father, we thank you for the continued outpouring of your blessings on this National Steel Band Music Festival. And we pray that tonight's event will be just as successful and enjoyable as the previous finals. We thank you, dear Lord, for all gathered here this evening, supporting and encouraging the efforts made by PAN Trinbago. We thank our Honorable Prime Minister, our Line Minister, PAN Trinbago executive and staff, and all the other stakeholders involved, ensuring that an excellent time will be experienced by all. And when the curtains come down, bringing an end to this festival, we pray, dear Lord, that all patrons will leave this venue filled with a joy that only Pan could bring, having been a part of this marvelous event. Father, let us give our contentment and joy, positive energies prevail here this evening. Let no incident or accident mar this celebration. We ask this in no other name, but in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son and our Savior. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to be here this evening. I would like to welcome you to the Trinidad and Tobago National Steel Band Music Festival 2024. Steel Pan is more beautiful. Canopium Amoris, a canopy of love. The orchestra band's finals. And if you are happy to be here, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. You know, one of the main evidence of great leadership is the team understanding the vision and the enthusiasm and dedication towards the vision. And since Madam President has taken the helm of Pan Trinbago, there's evidence of the progression of our steel pan, our national instrument. So with that being said, I would like to call to the podium the President of Pan Trinbago, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, to deliver her remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Senator the Honorable Randall Mitchell, Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and other members of Cabinet, members of the House of Representatives and members of the Senate, heads of mission and members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the National Executive of Pan Trinbago, permanent secretaries, chief executive officers, and representatives of corporate sponsors, and I want to single out this evening the chairman of the board of the Sports and Culture Fund in the office of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Deborah Coyat Patton, specially invited guests, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome all of you on behalf of Pan Trinbago. The reward for hard work is more work. And that's a quote from my in-law, leader of government business, my in-law, Camille Robinson Regis. Why did she say that? Immediately after Carnival, she called me to talk about the wonderful works that we have done during the Carnival period. And I said, I just had a conversation with the Prime Minister, and he has asked that Pan Trinbago bring back the classicals. And I said, whoa, imagine we're now coming out of Carnival. And then she said, the reward for good work is more work. The reward for hard work is more work. And so this evening, I am extremely pleased to tell you that for this National Steel Band Music Festival, Pan Trinbago is now about to bring the curtains down on our season of festival with our orchestra category. I want to thank all of you who have taken time off to support us, even from the single pan category at Queen's Hall. That was a magnificent show. And then we had the ensemble category. That was awesome. Tonight, you are going to see greatness as our orchestras will demonstrate as they perform their tune of choice and, of course, a test piece by David Rudder called Dedication. One of the most significant aspects of this Steel Band Music Festival is its ability to enhance the technical proficiency of individual pan players. The festival's rigorous structure and high standards push musicians to reach new heights in the steel band fraternity. And I just want to share with you a comment by one of our steel pan players, a young lady by the name of Shilleen Baines. I took this off her Facebook page. She said, "Festival is not just a competition, it's an experience." And after many years where we did not have the festival, introducing this festival to a new group of young people, I can tell you that it is totally different from a panorama vibe. It is one where there is the skills of the players, it is one where concentration is extremely high, and it is one that develops our players and prepare them for life. So we are extremely grateful for that. We want to thank all our sponsors. We want to thank Queen's Hall. We want to thank our line ministry, Senator the Honorable Randall Mitchell, for being there with us. As you know, we have said in Pan Trinbago, there is no season for pan. And since I've became president, I want to tell you that we have been having pan all the time, because pan is happy music, pan is community development, pan is youth development, pan is social development, and that is why we speak prosperity in pan. We spoke it and it came into being. And if you would have observed over the last few weeks, several things have been happening. We must prosper in all things. A number of announcements have been made. We've had a World Steel Pan Festival. We've, of course, had World Steel Pan Day as declared by the United Nations. And now, Trinidad and Tobago formally declared the birthplace of pan by the geographical indication that we have received after applying for that Pan Trinbago would have applied through the World Intellectual Property Office and, of course, through our local office here in Trinidad and Tobago. So things are happening. We remember that song and we quote it so well, Mighty Duke, pan in your rukung kutung kung. And you're going to hear it tonight and you're going to have to take it tonight. So God bless you as we move on. Pan is spirit and pan will never die.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Put your hands together for the President of Pan Trinbago, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore. Nice. So it's no secret that our Prime Minister is in love with steel pan and steel pan music. It's no secret. And it gives me great honor to welcome the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, to share some remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, can we stand and put your hands together for the Prime Minister?
Thank you very much, our distinguished MC. Good evening, fellow citizens, visitors all. Have no fear, it will not be a convention speech or a political speech for that matter. It will simply be a thank you for coming out and being with us here as a fraction of the national community on this location, but part of a larger population of Trinidad and Tobago in celebration of the sounds of our national instrument. Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time in recent days and weeks, you would have heard and seen certain things happening. There's some element of planning that went with it and some element of happenstance. We, this year, have celebrated a number of milestones around this instrument and around the efforts of making a claim and branding the steel pan as distinctly Trinidad and Tobago. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we should be ashamed or we should be discombobulated, meaning we don't have to fight over that. We simply have to be Trinidad and Tobago. It's not the only thing that makes us Trinidad and Tobago, but it's only Trinidad and Tobago that could claim the pan as ours, and we must do so lustily. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very place, I recall at an earlier time the sweet, harmonious chords of the steel pan playing classical music as distinct from panorama music. And we used to enjoy that in a way that a nation should enjoy its culture, because culture is there not only to mark you, but to entertain you, to defend you, to define you. And steel pan music describes the people of Trinidad and Tobago, whether you play the pan or not. I belong to a steel band. I've received an award in that band for being there for over 50 years. But I can't play a note to save my life. But I consider myself a pan man. Ladies and gentlemen, so much so that maybe the fraternity has no fear of my dexterity on the pan, that I'm at home in Invaders, I'm at home in All Stars, and I used to be at home in Fontclair. Ladies and gentlemen, the steel pan is worth our attention and it's worth defending. The government of Trinidad and Tobago at an earlier time set out to identify and to secure a patent arrangement for the pan as a product on the international market scene. Sometime later on, maybe one day the minister will give you a little reminder of what went on there, what goes on there, what it costs, and what it means. But in recent times, we were able to attract the attention of the world in no other place but at the United Nations, where every country of the world has a place and a space and a voice. And when we had a motion put to the floor at the United Nations asking the world's population to designate and identify and associate with World Steel Band Day, it was accepted without a single dissenting voice in the world. And if there's anything that attaches us and binds us to those of this land who have gone abroad, you knock a pan anywhere in Germany or in Canada or New York, and you know immediately who is Trinidadian, who is Tobagonian, and who owns and represents the steel band and all that is good about music in the world. For a little tiny nation to be able to claim the creation of a musical instrument of any kind, and for that instrument to be as melodious and orchestral as the steel band, let us understand that Australia, a nation, is a continent. You know what they claim? They claim the didgeridoo, and it's just blowing, it goes hoo, hoo, hoo. That is their national musical instrument, and they claim it with both arms. Because if you hear a didgeridoo, if you hear the sound of a didgeridoo, you know it's Australian. And nobody else in the world could claim it. And this steel pan, one of these days, will go somewhere and do something that make all of you and all of us proud. And let me give you an example of that. One of these days, some filmmaker in Hollywood or New York will have a friend or an associate who will write a score for a movie, and that score would be played by a steel orchestra, and only then maybe will the people of Trinidad and Tobago on that day get up and say, that is ours. But we don't have to wait until that happens to identify, to own, and to enjoy the steel pan. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I represent a government that supports this initiative and these initiatives, not because we want to score a point for ourselves, but we want to score a point for the nation. And we have done a number of things in support of Pan Trinbago. And I want to point out to you all why we should be thankful for the current executive of Pan Trinbago and be grateful for their successful effort. Because not too long ago, there was nothing but bacchanal in Pan Trinbago and lack of accountability. In recent times, the Pan Trinbago executive has risen to the occasion, doing what the nation expects the executive of Pan Trinbago to do, which is to promote, support, and defend the steel pan. And once that is happening, it is my belief that every government, any government in Trinidad and Tobago will support the efforts that are made at Pan Trinbago to advance and promote the steel pan as the musical instrument of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It does not say that other instruments are not good or that they should not be played. It does not say that if you know the pan or you identify the pan as ours, that that is the limit of our exposure, of our energies, of our presentations in music. No. It is just our contribution to the wide spectrum. Because I have heard the pan played with piano alongside the pianist. I have heard the pan played with saxophonists. I have heard the pan played alongside the clarinet, and I can tell you, we're not second in any of those situations. And if you have had the opportunity, as I have had, to have been here in the earlier days to enjoy the pan playing the classics, you would understand why I would have reminisced and would have asked Pan Trinbago to see whether we could recreate those moments again. And thankfully, Pan Trinbago has said, yes, we can. And tonight we are here to enjoy what we used to enjoy. And I hope that as we celebrate this now on the eve of an independence season, and as we go into independence in a couple of weekends to come, that we take this as part of our independence celebration as the red, white, and black adorns this venue. And ladies and gentlemen, recently I made an announcement of the government's intention to replace the caricatures of Columbus's ships on our coat of arms with the steel pan. And not surprisingly, it generated a plethora of conversations, not all of it good. But I'm sure that at the end of the day, like independence, like other things that we didn't absorb at their birth, the pan on the national coat of arms will be a symbol of honor for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are not stopping there. For those of you who are not aware of it, a government of Trinidad and Tobago in attempting to promote and assist Pan Trinbago in the management of pan affairs had given the steel pan movement a plot of land out in the east just south of Trin City for a Pan Trinbago headquarters and possibly a business site. Pan Trinbago stepped out haltingly to do that, and I dare say it got not only stuck in the mud, but it literally became a national eyesore. Not too long ago, a very distinguished Indian firm, very deeply involved in cricket, and wanting to get involved to support West Indies cricket and their own venture, offered to partner with the government to create on that site a cricket academy, as now exists in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, in India. The government agreed to accept the proposal, and the government's contribution to that cricket academy, which we hope will come to fruition in the not too distant future, was to put in the land as requested. But to do so, we had to talk to Panch and Bego and get them to agree to do an exchange where the government will get back that piece of land in that location, get involved with the cricket academy there, and do something for Panch and Bego elsewhere. I can tell you, the executive of Panch and Bego drives a hard bargain. We eventually agreed by negotiation between Panch and Bego and the various government entities to give Panch and Bego in return for the property out in the east, the site which is now the old post office, the abandoned old post office here in Port of Spain, where the mapping section exists in that old building which has been engineeringly condemned on Wrightson Road. We are aiming to move the mapping section out to the east into a better location, secure and more user-friendly and fit for purpose. And on this site which Panch and Bego will now have, the government has agreed not to leave Panch and Bego on a site or in ownership of an abandoned, condemned building. But as Minister for UDCOT, I was able to go to the cabinet and get cabinet's agreement. The last agreement was had a couple of weeks ago or thereabouts, where today I can tell you that the government and Panch and Bego have agreed to a design for a headquarters building worthy of its location in the city of Port of Spain on Wrightson Road on the old post office site. And very soon, when you see the architect's rendering of what that building would look like, I am guaranteeing you that you will be proud, because like everything else, it will look somewhere like a pan. And in the city of Port of Spain, the only city in the world that will have a building like that, Panch and Bego and the government will share that building, with Panch and Bego using its share of the building to support its financial ventures and be in a location worthy of the home where steel band was invented. And that, I think, is worthy of a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't come here tonight to make a speech. That is my speech. Thanks for coming and joining me. I am happy to be here with you, and let us enjoy the melodious sounds of the musical instrument of people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Put your hands together one more time for the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, indeed. All right, so we are the title of champion, orchestra champion. Who is going to come out victorious? Well, we just have to wait and see. So tonight I would like to highlight our adjudicators. So as soon as I call a name, can I have a lifting of the hand, please? Miss Adriana Maria Achaiba, Dr. Roger Henry, Mr. Richard Pear, Dr. Louis Nurse, Dr. Larry Snyder, and Dr. Eugene Novotny. Put your hands together for our judges, ladies and gentlemen, yes? And just a note, if you have family, friends abroad, and they're not here, of course, they can still view the action. You can tell them to log on to WAC TV, pay-per-view, and it's only 30 US, okay? So you can just send them a message right now and say, listen, don't miss it out, because it's going to be spectacular. So we are ready for the first steel band on stage. Now, as you know, every steel band will be doing the test piece entitled Dedication by David Rudder. Composed by David Rudder and Pelham Goddard and arranged by Kendall Williams. So we're going to have the test piece first, as usual, and then we're going to have the tune of choice. So as you see behind me, there are already 3 steel bands set up already. So we're going to have the first three doing their performance. Then we're going to have a short break, and then we're going to remove those steel pans and have another 3 come on. And soon enough, we will be at the end of our competition, and we will crown the orchestra steel band champion. First up tonight, Courts Sound Specialist of Laventille. Specialist, as the band is affectionately called, is indeed a special band, and its members genuine specialists at their trade. The band's growth over the years has been nothing less than phenomenal. It is the only band to have moved from the traditional single pan category to conventional and successfully compete in that category by winning a major panorama competition. In 1992, Chords Furnishings Trinidad Limited sponsored the band. In June of 2005, Sound Specialists of Laventille placed 4th in the World Steel Band Music Festival at Madison Square Garden, Manhattan in New York, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, to perform their test piece tonight, Dedication by David Rudder, can we give a warm welcome to Courts Sound Specialists of Laventille. Their test piece was adapted and arranged by Sion Gomez. Conductor, Kareem Brown. So thankfully we have good weather, so we have moved the judges closer to the stage. So can we dim the lights a little bit, please? They are saying that the lights is a bit too bright.
colors and color commentary for that, the first performance of the test piece, Dedication, Rudder's Dedication, as done by the court sound specialist of Lavent Hill. So I am Sharon Pitt, together with Michelle Darridge, who is the woman who can analyze or give her impressions of this, the first performance for the evening in this, the National Steel Band Music Festival finals for orchestras, court sound specialists. Michelle, your thoughts?
Well, Sharon, first off, I want to say any band playing in first position is a tall order. There is so much to just settle yourself to get ready for. But I think court sound specialists of Lavent Hill handle themselves like the pros that they are. They took this piece at a really good tempo. It wasn't too fast, yes, it wasn't too slow. It was really an appropriate tempo, I think. Their melody was always prominent, you know. I guess because I'm a singer, I always look, especially in my adjudication, I pay a lot of attention to the melody line, because the melody line has to stand out in whatever ensemble, whatever orchestra is doing the music. But their melody was always very prominent. I found they worked the dynamics really well. This particular arrangement is full of changes in dynamics as well as the tempo. But courts handled that too really well. Notice they had the use of, I believe it was a xylophone that just tinkled, that brought that melody out a little brighter at that point. What I want to mention though, especially the arrangement itself, and this is nothing to courts but to the arranger, is that I found it was quite appropriate. There was a part of the song just after the verse came in, where if you follow the words when you're about to say like 10,000 flowers bloom, the piece just dipped. The mood changed and the dynamic change that came in there. I actually felt like the pan was about to blossom, was about to bloom. I found that so poignant at that point. Also, the end of this piece is quite a surprising bit for me, because we are accustomed with pan music to end on such a high and a loud note, but this one just sat quietly, just faded away in the end, just peacefully. I would love to talk to the arranger to find out what was his thought process behind this.
Well, I think it's Kendall, is it? Yes.
Yes, I think it's Kendall Williams.
It is Kendall Williams who arranged for this National Steel Band Music Festival this particular test piece. We had different arrangers for the test piece for each category.
Yes.
So in this one, for Dedication, which is a song which was composed by Dr. Pelham Goddard and
David Rudder.
I was trying to remember if he's also doctor. He has an honorary doctorate.
Yes, he does.
So for this piece, so Kendall Williams, Michelle was pointing out that interesting, different, you know, and at the end he caught me by surprise as well. You know, so, you know, that soft ending there for...
Yes, it just faded away very quietly. You know, I'm wondering what was supposed to happen. Why did he end it? I don't want to say it felt anticlimactic, but we're not accustomed to pan music ending so quietly.
And that's the beauty of the music festival, that there's so many surprises, there's so many interpretations, so much adaptation. So what's happening right now is that the adjudicators are dealing with their scores. As you would have gathered, they will be moving in front of the different bands. The stage setup is rather interesting. So just like with the music festivals of days gone by, the judges moved, but this time they don't have to move as far as they did in those days, because in those days we had the whole floor of the complex with bands positioned, so there would be again at least 10 bands also, maybe more, and each little grouping of adjudicators had to move to the position of those bands. So this one's a lot easier. 3 bands on the stage at a time. We have 10 bands that will perform in the orchestras category for this, the finals. So we have a court sound specialist waiting now for the judges to give the nod for them to get into their tune of choice. In the interim, just like with the single pan and with the ensemble pan, we have a soloist, one of many talented soloists, and this time we have Richard Berraud. Yes, I
You know,
remember.
Richard had his genesis in Golden Hands, and he now plays for the NSSO, the National Steel Symphony Orchestra.
Again, which shows the progression of the youth, especially these talented young people. So I think they're ready for the tune of choice, which, as I say, is the Star Wars Episode 7, the Jedi Steps, and finale. So let's cross over to Ken Simmons, the MC, to hear more about this.
Composed by John Williams, adapted and arranged by Kareem Brown and Sion Gomez, conducted by Kareem Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, to do their tune of choice this evening, can we give a warm welcome for band number 1, Chords Sound Specialists of Laventille. Steel Band number 1, ladies and gentlemen, chord sound specialists of Laventille. Their tune of choice, Star Wars.
Well, that was a fantastic performance from the chord sound specialists of Laventille Steel Orchestra with that Star Wars 7, Jedi Steps and finale. And as we said earlier on, it was adapted by Kareem Brown and Sion Gomez. Original composition, of course, the fantastic American composer John Towner Williams, who is a man who scored over 100 movies and one of the most accomplished and successful composers of all time in the US. And that translates, of course, to worldwide, because we've all watched Star Wars. I would say a lot of people, millions of people, know the Star Wars brand, know the Star Wars music. And one way, of course, that you can describe this is majestic, as indeed is most of his pieces. So Michelle Dowrich is with me to give her thoughts on this particular performance by chord sound specialists of Laventille.
You know something, Sharon? I think John Williams needed to hear this vision, because I felt as if we were in the movie and this would have replaced the traditional orchestra hands down.
The steps, and you heard the steps.
Yes, yes, very powerful indeed. I must admit, I've never been a Star Wars fan, but this music tonight was just
Could make
fantastic.
you a fan. I bet
yes,
you go
it
and
can.
look
Of course, I'm going to look for the movie. Yes, my sons watched it. So, chord song specialist, again, very controlled playing here tonight. The beginning was soft. Yes, there was a little rise from the mezzo piano to the mezzo forte a bit, but I admired the control in the legato playing that happened probably throughout this piece. But definitely the opening was, you know, very stark. Again, attention to detail was on point. You know, the dynamics, the creation of the mood, the different changes in the tempo. As I said, John Williams could just take out the orchestra in the original film and put in the chord sound specialist, hands down, right? I must say the beauty of this festival, though, lies in the fact that the conductor is in front of the band, and with all this myriad of changes and the interpretation needed for these pieces, especially like this one that just went, the players have to watch the conductor. And that's the beauty too of not playing with a score in front of you that you're forever reading while you play. So it's really wonderful to watch the players and everybody, their hands are in their pants. So you need to know your part really well. Know your instrument literally. It's at the tip of your fingers. Or as Louis would have said, it's the extension of the arm, right, into the instrument.
Yes.
But they know their instrument so well that while they're playing, their eyes are on their conductor, which in singing we are told to do. You have to watch your conductor, otherwise you're going to miss something. You know, so I looked at that, and the rapport, the relationship between the conductor and the players was really on point too, very good. I enjoyed every bit of this. I'm glad I'm not an adjudicator tonight.
And of course,
I must say,
Kareem came out with his cape.
yes, he came out in his black and gold Jedi cape, so you know tonight is the night you're going to see something way different from the prelims. But what do you think about the costuming of the band?
I think it's wonderful. I mean, you know, it's a Hollywood piece. It's a movie piece. And of course, costuming in movies is a big thing. It's you know, it's just up there. It adds so much to the movie, the costuming. And I think, as you say, if John Williams or whoever's the costumer for Star Wars could see the kind of thought that went into the costuming of our players, they would be mightily impressed.
Yes.
They would be mightily impressed. And I also think that when we talk about Star Wars, the movies, and the Prime Minister touched on it as well. When he talked about Hollywood, he mentioned Hollywood, and that someday he would hope to see a score just done by the steel band. You know, well, this is the first step. So any Hollywood producers out there,
Come to Trinidad. We've got music for you.
we've got music for you, and tonight is a good night. I hope you're viewing on our broadcast, our pay-per-view broadcast, and you're able to see what Trinidad and Tobago can do with things that perhaps you would not have thought could be done with this national instrument of which we are so proud, and as the Prime Minister also said, which is a symbol of honor for our people here in Trinidad and Tobago, and hopefully for Trinidadians and Tobagonians around the world, and Caribbean people around the world, and by extension, of course, the human race.
Yes, and Sharon, I want to continue from where you left off with the Prime Minister's remarks about getting our music into films. It's not just Hollywood. Remember, we have our own film industry here, as well as in the Caribbean, all over the
and
world.
to be fair, we have been using the steel pan in our local films.
Right.
'Cause
But the
I
point
was
I would
thinking
like
about
to
that.
add, though, is that anyone can now come in listening to the music of this festival, this Pan Festival this year, from single pan into ensemble and now orchestra. There is a lot of music there, locally, newly composed, that can work. Since the single pan finals, I've been saying during the prelims, some of those compositions, I can hear them in a movie. I can see
Yes.
this in a film.
Yes.
It's
It's a
just
movie.
ripe and ready and waiting for the plucking.
For the
So,
plucking.
Come on to Trinidad. We've got it here for
Thank you,
too.
Michelle. So we're both emphasizing the point that the possibilities for the pan endless, and
Yes.
not yet even, I would think, tapped 10%.
No.
You know, especially as we take it to the world, and we've got the geographical indications patent now. So hopefully the sky's the limit. In fact, beyond the sky is the limit. So that was band number one with their tune of choice and the test piece. And if you wonder why we're talking about the costuming or the dress of the panelists, it's because there's also an award, a prize for the best dressed. We have 10 orchestras to perform for you this evening, and that was the first. Court Sound Specialists of Laventil doing the test piece, which is Rudder's Dedication, a song composed by Dr. Pelham Goddard and Dr. David Rudder, and arranged for this particular category at this festival by Kendall Williams. So they've done their pieces. Let me remind you of our judges. They are Adriana Maria Chaiba, we have Dr. Roger J. Henry, Mr. Richard Peer, Dr. Louis Snyder, and Dr. Eugene Novotny. Dr. Louis Nurse was with us for the past two finals for single pan and ensemble, and it's with great pleasure that we have Michelle Dowrich with us for this, the orchestras. Michelle is a music educator, a musician, and I should add, she's way too modest about her accomplishments because she's involved with, I know, Parang. I met a group, a very talented group of paranderos and paranderas, and Warish, and they credit Michelle Dowrich. So she does that. Of course, Southerners, we're indebted to her for her contributions to the Southerners Steel Orchestra. And you might guess I too am a Southerner, so well plugged in. My alma mater is where Michelle is or was?
I'm now in curriculum.
Okay, she's in curriculum and the ministry, but we're indebted to her for her contribution in developing so many young girls and young women, and as they go forth with the creativity and talent, musically and otherwise too. So thank you, Michelle Dowrich, and Michelle will be here throughout the evening, and it looks like it will be a long evening, but an evening that we will all be enjoying immensely. Let's cross over now to the stage as we welcome band number 2, Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra.
Excellence. The history of Cats and Jammers is as old as the steel pan movement in Tobago. Formed in the village of Black Rock, Tobago by 12 young men in 1951, the orchestra has evolved into an institution of learning and empowerment and has evoked community pride and belonging, leading to it being branded as the pride of Black Rock. Among the band's several accomplishments are the following. Winners of the Best Tune of Choice, 1967, with a Rupert McCarty arrangement, Fune Kulia. Pan in the 21st Century, 2004 and 2008. National Medium Band Champions, 2011, 2012, 2023, and 2024. Performing the test piece, Dedication by David Rudder. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. Dr. Sheldon Peters. Cats and Jammers test piece, dedication by David Rudder. Can you put your hands together one more time for Cats and Jammers, ladies and gentlemen?
Enjoyed the test piece, dedication, as performed by Cats and Jammers, a steel orchestra from Tobago, Black Rock, Tobago, and Michelle Dowridge is here to give her impressions of this, always keeping in mind that as an adjudicator herself, she's well aware, she listens with the ear of an adjudicator, and as a singer, as she said. So Michelle, your impressions?
Well, Sharon, Cats and Jammers is completely different from the first offering we heard by Chords.
Indeed.
And I'm not comparing both bands, I'm just comparing the interpretation, really. This is totally different from what I've heard previously. And this is the first time I'm hearing Cats and Jammers in this piece. First off, their appearance on stage, dressed as if they were going to a wedding. Beautiful, lovely dresses, the suits pristine.
Yeah, they're not playing when it comes to best dress.
Not at all, no. They're certainly in the running so far, right? In terms of this piece, notice everybody danced throughout. They moved, the choreography was there, but even if they were rocking from side to side, they did it from beginning right down to the end of the piece, which is also a difficult thing to maintain, so they've been well drilled. I must say, in terms of the performance of the piece itself, the interpretation, again, the intro was lively. It was lively, it was fun, you could see the faces. Now remember, one of the judges' criteria is impact and engagement, and I think they came out blasting with that right now. Probably getting all full 10 points, who knows, but I'm not judging tonight, am I? But the part of the song, because this arrangement goes from lively and then it just goes down, the tempo changes, the mood changes, and they kept this very quiet, peaceful, almost hymn-like interpretation of the piece right through to the end. Notice that in their case, they did not end the piece softly at all.
So
They
we're
had a
in for
wonderful
contrasts
crescendo.
with this. This is wonderful. Things to look forward
Sharon, I'm dying to see the score.
to. All right.
I wish I could see the
There
score.
speaks an adjudicator.
Yes.
All right, well, they're ready now for the tune of choice, which is a Shostakovich piece, the Festival Overture. That should be coming up in a short while. I think even if you don't recognize when we say it's the Festival Overture, when you hear it, you'll recognize it, because it's one of those pieces that has found an international repertoire. And this is, again, the Prime Minister talked about memories of the festival from the days, the 80s and onward.
The classics.
The classics. So this is what we would say is a piece of classical music, because that is the traditional classical music. And that's not to say that you cannot write a piece in a classical style. So it doesn't have to be from the early 20th century to be, or of course the 18th century, 17th century, to be a classical piece. But this is one of those traditional pieces. And when we hear more about it from our MC, you'll understand more about the tune of choice. So let's cross stage side to hear more about this Shostakovich piece.
It's entitled Festive Overture. It's a classical piece that was composed by Dmitri Shostakovich in 1954. This piece was composed to show Shostakovich's brighter side, with the use of themes which he altered and intermingled in a masterly way. It is comprised of a contrast of both lively and solemn expressions. Festive Overture was selected by Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra to showcase their ability to perform Shostakovich's scored perception of his composition. The selection is intended to showcase their deep understanding of the genre and ability to accurately perform its expressive features. By performing this piece, the steel orchestras will demonstrate their capability to simulate the sound and dynamics of a traditional string and brass orchestra. Moreover, it highlights the discipline, the precision required to perform under the direction of a conductor, mirroring the expectations of a classical orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, the pride of Black Rock, put your hands together for Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. Festive Overture. Conducted by Sheldon Peters. Ladies and gentlemen, the pride of Black Rock Tobago, Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. Their tune of choice, Festive Overture. We're getting ready for our third steel band for the evening. Are you enjoying it thus far, ladies and gentlemen? Yes.
And that's a wonderful, vivacious piece of music. The tune of choice, Shostakovich's Festive Overture. Michelle, what did you think of that particular rendition?
Oh my gosh. But you know something? Our pan players have been so used to playing such fast passages, even for panorama, that doing it now was a bonus to them. They handled it. This piece is well known for its super fast speeds, and it got even faster, and they handled it really well. You heard the melodic line, those tenors. I'm sure this band has been well drilled, because it's only serious drilling that could get you to keep those notes clean, crisp, the passages clear, and you heard every section. I just love the basses though. The bass line just punctuated. They didn't get to go as fast as the tenors, but they punctuated and kept them in check. Oh my gosh, this is brilliant.
So you're giving them high marks for the discipline, because this is a piece that looks for a lot of discipline.
Yes, and dexterity, skill. You know, one of the things I look for in a band, and I wanted to mention it, but I know we're here for quite a while, is that in any arrangement, you need, and this helps with the selection of the music too. What piece do you choose that best brings out the beauty of your steel orchestra?
Yes, your strengths.
Right, and also to show off the different sections of the band. So you heard the basses. There was a point where I heard the mid-range, and then the tenors had the runs on the top, the fast passages. So you have to be careful in selecting your piece that really shows off all the sections. And it's still something I look for, and I'm sure most of the judges do. You look for also the panorama pieces, because you want an arrangement that doesn't just feature one section of the band. Everybody has to star out at some point. Wow.
And they were all stars in this, Cats and Jammers, Steel Orchestra from Tobago. And they chose a piece that I've heard described as an orchestral firework. And I think that's a very good description for it. So if anybody was thinking of nodding off, they certainly would have woken up.
Not
right
in this
up.
piece.
Not in this piece from Cats and Jammers, Steel Orchestra. And as we said a bit earlier on, you'll hear different pieces, different adaptations of classical music in some cases. I haven't really gone through to see if anybody's got, yes, we have some original pieces as well in this competition. So it's wonderful for our viewers to be able to contrast, because, for example, we started off with a movie score as a tune of choice, and that becomes like pop culture. You know, Star Wars, the theme, we could all pick up the lines, the melodic lines in there, and feel uplifted when we heard them, because we remember the movie, and you're associating what happens in the movie with the music. So wonderful. And then we have now a classical piece, a traditional classical piece, where many of us would recognize, if not, you know, recognize totally as Shostakovich's work, a Soviet composer, and that it was actually written as a kind of propaganda piece, because it marked the, I think it's the 37th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution. But who cares about that when you can hear just vivacity, as you say, those passages, it just lifts you up and keeps you going. There's no coming back down to earth. You're just going up there, and then when you get to the pitch of it, to the peak of it, you just say, okay, let me fly. You know, so well done here. And for those who are not familiar, those who are new to pan music perhaps, those who are new to classical music, I think that these kinds of festivals brought you to a love of classical music, because oftentimes people might think it's elitist, all sorts of things. But music is music, and when you hear this kind of music, if you're tuned into the energies of the music, you're going to fly. And that's what we did with Cats and Jammers. So rhythm and tone, best dress, fabulous look of the orchestra when you're talking. And what I noticed though is that, I just love hearing cymbals, the clashing of the cymbals.
Yes.
So for those who want to make a game of it, if the camera is not on the person performing with the instrument, you can say, but what am I hearing? And there were some other sounds that we were hearing there as well in the orchestra. And that's what we were talking about when we were talking about those conventional symphony instruments, not normally brought together with the steel pan, but being done so for a music festival.
Sharon, I'm about to put on my music educator's hat here.
Please do.
Because I'm hoping that, there will be probably, on Pancho Beagle's page, you will find these performances. Having been recorded tonight, they will be available for posterity. And I'm hoping that teachers and students will be able to pull these into their classes, especially music teachers, because part of our lower secondary and our CSEC program is music analysis, being able to identify instruments. For me, I love independence. So I go to the parade, and when I go back to school, when school opens, I spend the whole of the first week teaching everybody about what took place on the Independence Day parade, because there's so many bands and the music, and we film it, etc. I'm sorry, school is closed at Independence. Sorry.
Oh, Lord,
But
we have to have our little break. But as you say, it's archival material. People can go and take the archival material. They can also go, I believe WAC will also have it on YouTube. So people are free. And please do tell your friends, your family, your co-workers, your colleagues, random strangers you meet in the streets, if you want to hear what the pan can do beyond what you may think as calypso or soca tempo.
According to some people, noise.
Yeah, so we won't mention them, will we? So we will advise you or encourage you to tell people they can go onto WAC, their YouTube channel, look in the archival material, or Pancho Bago, as you say, and just pull up these performances. You'll find your favorite. So we've had 2 out of 10 bands tonight, probably going into the early morning, but fingers crossed. And we are looking forward to a feast of steel pan excellence for the other 8 bands. Remember, results will be given, so we of course invite you to stay with us so that you'll hear the results. So we should be getting ready now for band number 3, which is from
the south.
So let's cross stage side and hear more about Pan Elders.
We're getting ready for our 3rd steel band for the evening. Are you enjoying it thus far, ladies and gentlemen? Yes.
And that's a wonderful, vivacious piece of music. The tune of choice, Shostakovich's Festive Overture. Michelle, what did you think of that particular rendition?
Oh my gosh. But you know something? Our pan players have been so used to playing such fast passages, even for Panorama, that doing it now was a bonus for them. They handled it. This piece is well known for its super fast speeds, and it got even faster, and they handled it really well. You heard the melodic line, those tenors. I'm sure this band has been well drilled, because it's only serious drilling that could get you to keep those notes clean, crisp, the passages clear, and you heard every section. I just love the basses though. The bass line just punctuated. They didn't get to go as fast as the tenors, but they punctuated and kept them in check. Oh my gosh, this is brilliant.
So you're giving them high marks for the discipline, because this is a piece that looks for a lot of discipline.
Yes, and dexterity, skill. You know, one of the things I look for in a band, and I wanted to mention it, but I know we're here for quite a while, is that in any arrangement, you need, and this helps with the selection of the music too. What piece do you choose that best brings out the beauty of your steel orchestra?
Yes, your strengths.
Right, and also to show off the different sections of the band. So you heard the basses. There was a point where I heard the mid-range, and then the tenors had the runs on the top, the fast passages. So you have to be careful in selecting your piece that really shows off all the sections. And it's still something I look for, and I'm sure most of the judges do. You look for also the panorama pieces, because you want an arrangement that doesn't just feature one section of the band. Everybody has to star out at some point. Wow.
And they were all stars in this, Cats and
Yes, they
Jammers,
were.
Steel Orchestra from Tobago. And they chose a piece that I've heard described as an orchestral firework. And I think that's a very good description for it. So if anybody was thinking of nodding off, they certainly would have woken up.
Not
right
in this
up.
piece.
Not in this piece from Cats and Jammers, Steel Orchestra. And as we said a bit earlier on, you'll hear different pieces, different adaptations of classical music in some cases. I haven't really gone through to see if anybody's got, yes, we have some original pieces as well in this competition. So it's wonderful for our viewers to be able to contrast, because, for example, we started off with a movie score as a tune of choice, and that becomes like pop culture. You know, Star Wars, the theme, we could all pick up the lines, the melodic lines in there, and feel uplifted when we heard them, because we remember the movie, and you're associating what happens in the movie with the music. So wonderful. And then we have now a classical piece, a traditional classical piece, where many of us would recognize, if not, you know, recognize totally it's Shostakovich's work, a Soviet composer, and that it was actually written as a kind of propaganda piece, because it marked the, I think it's the 37th anniversary of the October, the great October Socialist Revolution. But who cares about that when you can hear just vivacity, as you say, those passages, it just lifts you up and keeps you going. There's no coming back down to earth. You're just going up there, and then when you get to the pitch of it, to the peak of it, you just say, okay, let me fly. You know, so well done here. And for those who are not familiar, those who are new to pan music perhaps, those who are new to classical music, I think that these kinds of festivals brought you to a love of classical music, because oftentimes people might think it's elitist, all sorts of things, but music is music, and when you hear this kind of music, if you're tuned into the energies of the music, you're going to fly. And that's what we did with Cats and Jammers. So rhythm and tone, best dress, fabulous look of the orchestra when you're talking. And what I noticed, though, is that, I mean, I just love hearing cymbals, the clashing of the cymbals.
Yes.
So for those who want to make a game of it, if the camera is not on the person performing with the instrument, you can say, but what am I hearing? And there were some other sounds that we were hearing there as well in the orchestra. And that's what we were talking about when we were talking about those conventional symphony instruments not normally brought together with the steel pan, but being done so for a music festival.
Sharon, I'm about to put on my music educator's hat here.
Please do.
Because I'm hoping that, you know, there will be probably, well, on Pansion Beagle's page, you will find these performances. Having been recorded tonight, they will be available for posterity. And I'm hoping that teachers and students will be able to pull these into their classes, especially music teachers, because part of our lower secondary and our CSEC program is music analysis, being able to identify instruments. You know, for me, I love independence. So I go to the parade, and when I go back to school, when school opens, I spend the whole of the first week teaching everybody about what took place on the Independence Day parade, because there's so many bands and the music, and we film it, etc. I'm sorry, school is closed at Independence. Sorry.
Oh, Lord,
But
we have to have our little break. But as you say, it's archival material. People can go and take the archival material. They can also go, I believe WAC will also have it on YouTube. So people are free. And please do tell your friends, your family, your co-workers, your colleagues, random strangers you meet in the streets, if you want to hear what the pan can do beyond what you may think as calypso or soca tempo.
According to some people, noise.
Yeah, so we won't mention them, will we? So we will advise you or encourage you to tell people they can go onto WAC, their YouTube channel, look in the archival material, or Pan Trinbago, as you say, and just pull up these performances. You'll find your favorite. So we've had 2 out of 10 bands tonight, probably going into the early morning, but fingers crossed. And we are looking forward to a feast of steel pan excellence for the other 8 bands. Remember, results will be given, so we of course invite you to stay with us so that you'll hear the results. So we should be getting ready now for band number 3, which is from
the south.
So let's cross stage side and hear more about Pan Elders.
Let's welcome on stage Pan Elders Orchestra. Pan Elders Orchestra had its own beginning at Gems Recreation Club of Carib Street, San Fernando. Its original members, with the advent of Carnival season 1999, the band took to the streets and was given the opportunity to represent the 1965 and 1967 South Panorama champions, Guinness Cavaliers, at Champs of the 20th Century in the year 2000. From there, it was no turning back. It was success after success. The evidence is there to be seen. Victory in 2008, small, and from 2014 to 2019, 6 straight titles. To perform their test piece, Dedication by David Rudder. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Pan Elders Orchestra. Let's hear it for the conductor, Carrie Codrington. Keisha Codrington. Let's hear it one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Pan Elder Steel Orchestra, their test piece.
And the music, the sweet sounds of steel continue here at the Jean-Pierre Complex in Port of Spain, the mecca of the steel pan. And this is the Trinidad and Tobago National Steel Band Music Festival Finals for 2024, the orchestra category. Steel pan is more beautiful. That's the theme, with a sort of subtitle, Canopium Amoris, Canopy of Love. So a lot of love going out to our bands here from the audience and from you at home. Thank you for all the comments on the stream. And we are happy to have Michelle Darridge with us, who was listening very attentively to that test piece dedication. And again, I'm always happy to say, female arranger, conductor, one of our talents, prodigies, creatives, Keisha Codrington. Your impressions, Michelle?
Well, first of all, Keisha is the only female conductor here tonight, this evening, among all the gentlemen. So it is a joy to see her, as tiny as she is, leading the band. I enjoyed this piece basically from a balance point of view. I really enjoyed this piece. I love how soft the basses got. But Sharon, we run out of time because they are ready for their second piece. We'll come back.
And her powerful imagination to create and compose the musical tune of choice, the thrills of Mosi Oatunia, the wilderness, in classic moods and structures for the Steel Pan Orchestra, Pan Elder Steel Orchestra. The musical storytelling classic captures the thrilling cracking of the thunders and lightnings, to the billowing, cloudy, misty waterfall curtains, dripping down the cascading waterfall of Mosi Oatunia, the smoke that thunders, cliffs to the devil pool below with its treacherous sounds of strong water currents, and overtoes to the insect, birds and animals grazing the pastures. The songs of the haunted by the hunter, and the thundering hooves and the feet of those on the run. The chase is to breed, taking in the sound. Ladies and gentlemen, please, to perform their tune of choice, put your hands together for Pan Elders Steel Orchestra. Conductor Keisha Codrington. Ladies and gentlemen, band number 3, hailing from Carib Street in San Fernando. Put your hands together one more time for Pan Elders Steel Orchestra. Their tune of choice, The Thrills of Monsieur Tunia, The Wilderness. Right, yes. Somebody say all of that, The Wilderness, all right? Nice. So as I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's competition, there are three...
We were thrilled by the tune of choice as performed by Pan Elders, Steel Orchestra from San Fernando, and again, as we mentioned before, the only female conductor, arranger for the evening, and she composed the piece as well. So we are totally impressed with this particular piece, The Thrills of Monsieur Atunya, The Wilderness. And I know, Michelle, you were engrossed because we heard all these sounds, including, I believe, conch shell.
Yes, Sharon. If we go back to our program notes, it says that the musical storytelling that Keisha has put forth in this piece captures the thrilling cracking of the thunders and lightnings to the billowing cloud, misty waterfalls draping down of the cascading waterfall of Musi or Atunia, etc. Exactly what was written here is what we heard and saw in this piece. When we look at music appreciation, we sort of put this in the category of program music. It tells a story. So everything that happens in the music, in the melody, the actual composition tells a particular story, and we heard it. What I loved about this piece, and you can see it in a number of the bands, is the use of the percussion. Even though, let's say, we've had a test piece and now we have the own choice, bands have become very creative in how they assemble their percussion and what they use. So for this one to bring out all these natural sounds of the wilderness, Keisha engaged this gentleman. I don't know who this man is, but if you look carefully at the front left of your screen of the stage, you would have noticed him with his whole contraption of natural implements that created these fantastic wilderness sounds of birds. You saw the fog machine pushing out as if it were literally a waterfall falling off the stage. In terms of the execution of the music, I think what captured me the most would have been the basses. The basses in this particular band were sensitive. They were soft, but they were clean, and the balance, whenever they played, the balance was just perfect.
Well, that is quite an endorsement indeed from Michelle Darridge, our music educator, and so much more. And what we would say, following on from you talking about the percussion, I didn't get to have a good look at the gentleman, but Jaja, the late Jaja Onilu, is the man who I most associate with using all these natural beads. He had jumbie beads, he had pieces of bamboo, he had all sorts of bits and pieces that you wouldn't expect to get the sounds from. So I have no doubt that if not someone from his family, certainly someone, a protege or somebody who followed on a mentee or somebody.
And down south, Sharon, we have Tamba Gwindi, who does the same thing.
Yes, of course, Tamba.
And I know the gentleman, I cannot pronounce his name. Right, I cannot pronounce his name as well as he did, but his son has
carried
over.
over. Yes, this is why it might well have been, but I just didn't get a close-up look from where we are. We have a different kind of view. But what I will say is that it was impressive indeed for any measure, to hear this particular piece, and as we say, own composition, not traditional classical, but something which certainly for me is in a classic style.
Yes.
Our own classic. This is it, where I find it so impressive that for this particular festival, we have people unafraid. And I think a lot of the work that we see coming out and the confidence that we coming out in our ranges is because of people like the UTT, the University of Trinidad and Tobago, where they really have instilled in our students, who are now masters or mistresses of their craft, this kind of confidence in what they're doing.
Yes, Sharon, because someone pointed that out to me recently, and if you look at it, almost every composer and conductor of each band would have been a product of UTT and or the University of the West Indies, all who have come through the Bachelor of Arts program in music.
All right, so let's take a quick review of what we've seen and heard, because there's an intermission right now where the bands, because they're using one large stage, they now will have to move their instruments to allow for the next 3 bands. Remember, we have 10 bands, and so that's going to take a little bit of time, but we do have an intermission going on at the moment, so you're not missing any band or anything. We're going to just do a little wrap-up of what we've heard, and then we too will be taking a break. But we'll be back, of course, with more of the Steel Pan Excellent, the sweet sounds of steel in this format, in a sort of classical format. And even what I noticed, of course, Michel has spoken about before, the contrast in how they are approaching the test piece.
Yes.
And I think that, for me, is something I'm really looking forward to just see how many ways you could do the same piece.
Which gives a whole new vibe to the meaning of a test piece, because I know even from a choral standpoint, when you get a test piece, you make sure and interpret it exactly as it is written. But the test piece tonight still allows for a measure of creativity.
Indeed it does, and that's the hallmark of Trinidad and Tobago. I've got to say that we have, someone once said it so well, but they were talking about limbo. We can take nothing and make it something. And in the same way that for mass, somebody will give you a basic costume and you taking it home, and by the time you hit the road in the band with your costume, believe you me, somebody's saying, oh my gosh, that design, how did you manage it? And the same thing applying with so many aspects of our lives here in Trinidad and Tobago. So we're glad that you're here. Just to run it down a little bit, we heard 3 bands, 3 orchestras so far in this, the category orchestras for the National Steel Band Music Festival. Steel Pan is more beautiful. First, we heard from Laventil, Court Sound Specialists of Laventil. Again, the test piece, and they brought in music from a movie score. So John Towner Williams's The Jedi, The Steps of Jedi, that's from Star Wars 7 and Finale. Again, Michel, impressed. Nice. We've heard the steps, the interpretation, great. Then we went to Tobago, and Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra from Black Rock in Tobago, and a very special welcome to all Tobagonians, those in Tobago and elsewhere who are tuned into this broadcast. Thank you for being with us. And they went more traditional with their tune of choice. It was Shostakovich's Festive Overture. Impressive, very impressive. An orchestral firework. Vivacious, fast, clean, disciplined.
Superb virtuosity.
Okay, indeed. And then we went south to Pan Elders. That was the steel orchestra you just heard, conducted by Keisha Codrington, a treasure, a national treasure, really, and not at all deterred by the fact she's the only female composer, arranger, conductor in this particular venue for this particular finals. And they had her composition at the thrills of Mocio Atunya, so storytelling at its best, and reminds me so much of what the late Leroy Clark used to talk about. The hills, the mountains, climbing El Tukush, and just taking all the stories that we're accustomed to from Western media and culture and making our own thing of it, our own stories. So following on from Anansi again, and all those things we brought from elsewhere, and just saying, well, look, this is where we are, this is where we're at, the sounds, the smells, and I particularly like the thought, since it was mentioned in the description, of the hunted running from the hunter.
Yes, and trying to catch your breath.
I tried to catch, and that's what, I heard. So it helps when you get a little cue, of course. So that was the tune of choice from our third band, Pan Elders. And that's where we're going to leave you for the moment. We've got much more in store, 7 more bands, and we can promise that it will be a fantastic, intriguing evening of steel pan music here, Pan Trinbago. under the, of course, this music festival is under the patronage of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley. And I can assure you, everybody's come with their A game, and we look forward to what's in store. So we'll be back after this break, and we'll be back with more. Pan Love, Steel Pan is more beautiful, Canopium Amoris, a canopy of love, right here on your favorite broadcast channel.
Excellent steel orchestras. Justice. So somehow these sisters go to the audience platform. So sisters are all. So somehow we have a platform, record time.
Rich is giving her expert analysis. Michelle, your thoughts about this particular adaptation of Tchaikovsky's work?
All I can say is, Sharon, is that this worked, and I was just waiting to see the fireworks at the end.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in reading up a bit of the history of this piece of music, they said it's often paired with the 1812 Overture, which we know goes off with the fireworks. So the way they played it, that climax, I missed the fireworks, but I heard it in the music.
Yes, it was
you
an
know?
orchestral firework.
But this is a beautifully done piece of music. After all, earlier on I spoke about program music, and Tchaikovsky was a master during the Romantic era for program music, where the music literally told a story. So this is a piece commissioned in support of Russia during that, what is it? The Serbian Ottoman War.
So
right?
they obviously were on the side of the Serbs.
Yes, they were. And every section, this has 4 main sections, and every section represented a part of the story, whether they were just giving the support, whether it was triumph, whether it was, commiserating with those who were fallen, helping, rallying to help. The first piece started in a minor piece, which sets that somber mood.
Yes.
And this piece, the band started this, so softly. At one point I was wondering, I know we have mics on stage, but it felt as if this was purely acoustic.
Yes.
That I didn't hear the effect of the microphones.
And I
which could
think
be a
the
good
audience
thing.
also thought that
They thought something
there
was
was
wrong.
wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think that helped with the interpretation and setting that early mood. And then it grew to bring in, to change the key into a major tonality where they were looking at the triumph and the rallying of support. And the other thing about music in the Romantic era, coming from people like Tchaikovsky, is that they used folk songs. Now, our folk songs are nothing compared to their folk songs. Ours totally different. The culture causes it to be different. But their folk songs, you hear lines, passages from their folk songs in these orchestral arrangements.
Yeah.
So the music isn't altogether new music, but it was a way of endearing that kind of patriotism, liking your own,
Yeah.
which is what we're doing here today.
Yeah, that's what we're doing as well in this Canopy of Love, the National Steel Band Music Festival. Okay, so we are impressed. General performance. What about the outfits? Are those red
Patriotic.
hats?
Yes, the ladies had little red hats with fascinators
Knitters
and
on them.
feathers.
Yes, very something that stands out. Very
I
much.
must say, whoever in the beginning, I was not even a dot on this earth, choosing the red, black and white as our national colors, scored 100%. Yes.
All right, well, let's go to band number 5, which is Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. Let's cross stateside to hear more.
The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra was established on the 2nd of June 1995 under the guidance of the former Chief of Defense Staff, Brigadier Carlton A. Alfonso, on the initiative of Sergeant Cecil James, now retired. In 1997, the orchestra entered the National Single Pan Panorama competition and won first place. Subsequently, the Steel Orchestra was invited to perform at the internationally acclaimed Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo in 1997. At that time, the steel orchestra became the only marching military steel orchestra in the world. Doing the test piece, dedication by David Michael Rudder. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Shaquille Vincent. Five, ladies and gentlemen, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra, their test piece.
Okay, so band number 5, you heard a little bit of the history of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. Very impressive indeed. So that we were not at all surprised by the test piece being delivered in such a crisp and disciplined fashion. Very enjoyable performance in my ears. Let's hear what Michelle Dowrich has to say.
I'm really happy you made that comment, Sharon, because the Defense Force, having heard them from a number of panoramas, they tend to play very sharp, very crisp, very quickly. And I found that their interpretation of the test piece gave me more of a panorama style performance. I found that this time. They took it, I think they were the fastest pace set so far for the evening. I thought Exodus was brisk. They were even crisper. I found that they didn't slow down as much as other bands did, even though the slow section was slower, but they kept the pace going right through more or less. I felt as if the piece had an urgency about it, you know, like they were going somewhere with this piece. So again, we're down to a fifth interpretation of the same test piece.
Of the same test piece, which is the wonder of the thing.
Oh yes, I'm so happy I'm not sitting at that table with those 6 people down there.
And there, Michelle putting on her music educator hat for us. And of course, we are due to hear 10 bands. We've gotten halfway through the program because the Defense Force Steel Orchestra is the 5th, 5 out of 10. And once again, we remind you that there's certain things that the adjudicators are looking for, and Michelle is quick to point out some of those things. I didn't think that they were, I mean, they're all beautifully dressed, you know, but the extra touches, for example, the first band, still with the Hollywood theme, for me, you know, the shiny, the sparkle gave a kind of, well, as we'd expect, a kind of movie, glamorous kind of look with the thing. Exodus also. And there is a prize for Best Dressed. And some of the bands, not all of them, but some of the bands have definitely taken on the challenge to compete for Best Dress. But really it's the music that's taking the spotlight and general performance. I don't think anybody can say that they heard, you know, stray notes or knocking, you know, unintentional knocking of band. And this is the beauty of the Steel Band Music Festival, where we can talk about these on par level with the best symphony orchestras in the world.
Yes, the playing is tight. The interpretation is clean. While it's still creative, it's very clean, it's very precise. This isn't panorama. This isn't just a virtuoso event where or a crack shot needing a crack shot player. This is precise, learned, discipline
and the skill of the pianist. Well, we're ready now for the tune of choice from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra, and this one is one of those own compositions, a local composition, The Lost Soul. So let's cross over now to the Master of Ceremonies here at this festival to hear about The Lost Soul.
Depicts the story through its 6 scenes: death, the burial, the transition, the gates, hell, and the return. The composition takes the listener through an emotions roller coaster experience during such a time. Ladies and gentlemen, for their tune of choice, The Lost Soul, put your hands together and warmly welcome the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Shaquille Vincent. Ladies and gentlemen, band number 5, their tune of choice, The Lost Soul. Let's hear it for the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra.
Well, the tune of choice from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra took us on a journey there. The title, The Lost Soul, it's composed by Shaquille Vincent. And we were told before that there are 6 stages. So death, the burial, the transition, the gates, hell, and the return. Well, that was a rather soft return, so I'm not sure if we reincarnated as a pigeon or some dove or something like that. But I leave it to you to give your impressions of this particular composition by Shaquille.
Wow, this was a highly dramatic piece of music, very percussive, and we know the steel band is a percussion instrument.
Yeah.
But this piece worked to the steel band because it's highly percussive in terms of the rhythms and some of the contrasting rhythms. A lot of call and response in this piece also, where the tenors started very soft, but you had the basses with this punching, crutching more or less, and then they started to roll. So you had a contrast not just in which section played followed by which, but also in terms of the dynamics. The tenor started soft, the basses came in loud, you know. You'll also notice that they use lights. They use the red lights because we're talking about hell. Sharon, I'm wondering, what is it about death and hell and these things, these images, these issues that allow persons to want to be so creative in writing music for it?
Well, as you know, and they're not alone. It's, I think, a worldwide thing. The fascination with death, the fears of death, the tying in some cases to faith, and I think there's just so much material with something like that, with death and transition, because we don't know. Nobody knows really the transition to death or the return, as we say. People would have their faith, but I think there's a lot of material you can work with. So this is not the only piece that's dealing with these kinds of things, and we have more coming up talking about purgatory for those of the Roman Catholic faith and, well, many Christian faiths that know about purgatory, but in particular Catholicism. So this one,
I think this piece again fell into the realm of program music, just like March Slav by Tchaikovsky, but more 21st century version because it was highly percussive. I did find though that there were some areas where the background for me kind of overpowered the front line just a little bit, so I missed the melodic line from the tenors because the background was just a little heavy
overpowering,
and I found some of these sections contained a lot of repetitive phrases. The lines just kept coming back for quite a little while, but I love the use of the voice injections. Because it's a lost soul. You actually got a laugh somewhere, and you got some screams coming through. I mean, that was really poor-raising.
Yeah, well, I think again, I mean, it's not a movie score, but I could see it fitting in to some of the horror movies.
Yes, actually, I felt that this would be perfect accompaniment for a strong dance group interpreting this piece of music.
Well, all right, dance companies, Best Village people.
We've got the music.
We've got the music. It's own composition. It's local, so you can negotiate with our locals and be able to use the thing. But we're on to band now, and we're moving along nicely.
Nice.
So band number 6 is Tropical Angel Harp Steel Orchestra. So let's cross stateside and hear more about this particular band from Shoguonis.
Enterprise Angel Harp and Golden Glow Tropical Melody. Since the merger, the orchestra has been in the forefront of the development and promotion of steel band music in central Trinidad. Over the years, the Steel Orchestra has achieved several milestones. It has emerged champions of the South Central Zone Panorama Competition for no fewer than 6 occasions, namely 1993, 1994, 1998, 1999, 2001, and 2003. It has been the finalist in the National Panorama Competition, placing 4th in 1999 and in 2001. They have been the finalists also in the Pan is Beautiful series, placing fourth in 1992. Also in 1992, the orchestra emerged Pan Ramajay champions, ladies and gentlemen. The orchestra has toured several countries, including Puerto Rico, Haiti, USA, Tennessee, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. The orchestra's current musical director and composer of its tune of choice, Mr. Clarence Morris, was a champion national soloist in 1982 edition of Pan is Beautiful. The orchestra is located in the district of Enterprise Dragones, and its manager is Clary Ben. Its leader is Philip Morris. Ladies and gentlemen, to do their test piece, dedication by Dr. David Michael Rudder. Let's give a warm welcome to Tropical Angel Harps Steel Orchestra.
Canopium Amoris, the canopy of love, and it's a one love. Before we go any further, we would like to clarify some of the incidents that happened earlier on, especially during the Republic Bank Exodus performance, and this is for general information. There have been electricity problems to the venue, and that caused the board, which is the board that supplies sound, it controls the sound, not from our end, not from WAC end, but from the PA people who supplying the sound and lighting for the stage. So that board was blown out, and that happened so unfortunately during the Republic Bank Exodus performance. So that's why there were some sound issues. Once the board is blown out, as folks would know, you would get probably a hum as there's some feedback coming from monitors and all that sort of thing. But that was not the fault or the responsibility of the WAC sound people. That is the PA system, the general PA system for the complex. So you might have heard members of the audience also exclaiming with dismay at not hearing what Republic Bank was performing. It is to be hoped that the judges were close enough and heard that unmiked version, which did not interfere with their scoring. Of course, Michelle, who's with me, is an adjudicator, an experienced one, so she would probably know more about how that might have affected the adjudication. So to reiterate and to repeat that the technical problems experienced at some points because of the electrical problems. So let's cross stage side right now for the next performance. So let's know that the band is T&Tech Tropical Angel Harps.
An intellectual awakening of an individual as they navigate the complexities of life and self-discovery. This piece encapsulates the transformative journey from self-realization to the profound understanding of life's truths. The work begins with an evocative theme that symbolizes the core essence of the self, embodying innocence. As the piece progresses, it undergoes various transformations representing the impact of life's experiences on the individual's identity. The motif is fragmented, reassembled, and developed in ways that reflect moments of joy, sorrow, calm, confusion, doubt, and revelation. The exploration of harmonic and rhythmic variations and articulation shapes and flows of the prognostic's journey. The growth of the individual is reflected as the work develops, with the emergence of serene lyrical passages that show glimpses of clarity and understanding. The theme returns in the final section and climaxes towards enlightenment. This piece is not just a musical exploration, but an invitation for introspection, encouraging listeners to reflect on their own journey and the truths they have uncovered along the way. It prompts celebration of the resilience of the human spirit and the beauty of the quest for self-discovery. Composer and conductor Clarence Morris and the T&Tech Tropical Angel Harps presents Journey to Enlightenment. That was band number 6, ladies and gentlemen. T and Tech Tropical Angel Harps, their tune of choice. Voices in My Head, Part 2, Journey to Enlightenment. Can we hear it for them one more time? So, we are 6 sea orchestras now. We have 4 more to go. This is let you know that there are limited edition words and
Voices in My Head, that is the title of this tune of choice, composed by Clarence Morris and conducted by Clarence Morris. And this is band number 6 in the orchestra finals. And we would like to hear what Michel has to say, because it's very interesting when sometimes people talk about own compositions or local compositions done in the classical music style. Some people can't wrap their heads around it because it still doesn't sound like what they expect classical music to sound like. But I think this one, for me anyway, definitely followed that kind of pattern or template of the established or traditional classical music that we're accustomed to hearing. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this rendition.
Yes, Sharon, you're thinking exactly my thoughts, because I was saying maybe Trinidad needed a 5th trophy in this competition, a trophy for maybe the best locally composed own choice piece, you know. Yes, I found that this piece was really closest to what would resemble closest typical classical piece of music. Again, programmatic, because it's telling a journey, it's telling the story of a journey to enlightenment. I found in this particular piece, the melodic lines were well established. Right throughout this piece, you could hear the melody, you understood what it was. There were some sequences, that's when the melody is not just repeated the same way, but it's repeated probably a step or 2 higher. So you heard a lot of that. And the melody moved around, so it didn't stay in the tenors. Yes, it was percussive in some places, but I found the melodic development, in particular in this composition, was well established and very well played.
All right, that's praise indeed from Michel Darridge. So let's talk a little bit, because we didn't have much time for the test piece to talk about too much of that. This is Tropical T and Tech Tropical Angel Harps, coming from Enterprise Shogunist. This is a community band, definitely a community band. Their history is very interesting. For those who are familiar with Trinidad and Tobago and familiar with the so-called hotspots, or the areas that perhaps are the areas that have been designated no-go areas by some in society, would know that Enterprise in Shogunist is one of those areas. There's a lot of deprivation. Many people would sometimes say, I'm not going to Enterprise Shogunist. But this band illustrates how important panyards are, how important it is to draw a community together. And the community looks after their young ones, and lots of young ones in T and Tech Tropical Angel Harps. So let's talk a little bit about your thoughts about the band's overall performance, test piece, tune of choice, and best dress, of course, that category.
It was very well done. I found that their test piece was rather smooth. I didn't hear much straying, if I could use that word, not having seen a score. But compared to a couple of the bands, it seemed to have taken some liberties in the speed, as well as some of the dynamic changes, especially coming down to the end. I found Tropical resembled, their playing was very similar to the first set of bands we heard. So it was really very smooth, well played. Clarence is a seasoned musician. He's also a product of the University of the West Indies. Must stick that in there. Kudos to their music program too. And then his piece came up. He wrote the piece for their own choice. Very well executed, clean, powerful, dramatic, very dynamic.
All right. Well, just to give you an idea of what people are playing for, the prize structure. Now, the press release that was sent out by Trinbago, the world governing body for steel pan, was in April of this year. So things may have changed because originally it was supposed to have been 8 finalists, but the decision was taken to let all 10 in for the finals. So the bands, orchestras, the category allowed no less than 35 players, and that would include rhythm section, people playing maybe the non-traditional instruments that you would normally see. So everything is included there. So no less than 35 and no more than 50 players, again, including rhythm section, if somebody's shaking a shack, whatever you're doing, no more than 50 players. So that is the criteria for you to be eligible to be orchestra. This is the orchestra that would be playing for $500,000 in first place. So the winner, overall winner, will get $500,000. Second prize, $450,000. Third prize, $400,000. Fourth, $350,000. And that goes now to fifth with $300,000. The sixth place would get $250,000. That was the figure that was released by Pan Tobago in April, and the 6th, 7th, 8th would have the $250,000. So I would think, and I'm certainly not on the finance committee for Pan Tobago, I would think that 9 and 10 would probably still get the $250,000. So that's the prize money. Trophies are awarded for best dress. We've been talking about that. Get your trophy for best tune of choice. You get your trophy for best test piece. So, you know, it's a substantial amount.
Yes,
for
and
you
the
to be
trophy
paid.
for the overall winner.
Yes, and you get the trophy as well as your $500,000 for the overall winner. So if we look at, say, single pan and the ensemble, the prizes were not the same amounts, but again, you got your trophies for test piece and tune of choice and best dress and overall champion. So congratulations once again to all our winners in the finals of the National Steel Band Music Festival 2024. Steel Pan is more beautiful. So we've heard from Tropical Angel Harps. And once again, for those who have been writing on the chat, sending messages, we appreciate that there was a bit of a glitch. Band number 6 is Tropical Angel Harps. But before that, when we heard from Exodus Steel Orchestra, that was when there was a bit of a sound problem here caused by probably surge, or I'm no electrician, no expert with that, but there were problems with the electricity, and that gave a relay effect to the board, the sound board, not wax sound board, but certainly the board for the company regulating the overall sound. So we get a feed, and that's why we had some problems with that band. But hopefully everything now is smooth sailing. Whether or not there's still fluctuations in electricity or whatever was the problem with the electricity supply, hopefully now that people can problem solve and look to resolve what's happening. So we have our next band, which will be when the pans can change over, which is Moods Steel Orchestra. And by the way, maybe we should go over the conductor for the various bands, so
Yes.
folks who missed out on that. So if we talk about, well, we could go from band number 1.
Sure.
So from band number 1, we had Court Sound Specialists of Laventille. The conductor there was Kareem Brown.
And in performing second was Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra, and they were conducted by Sheldon Peters.
Band number 3 from South, Pan Elders from San Fernando, Carib Street, and the conductor Keisha Codrington.
The only female in the competition this evening. Band number 4, Republic
Well, the
Band.
only female conducting,
Sorry,
because
yes.
we do have quite a few females performing.
Oh yes, but first and only female conductor for the evening. Number 4 was Republic Bank Exodus, and they had 2 conductors. So for their test piece was Can Cordis, and for March Slav was Maestro Jesus Acosta Beltran Ruiz.
Following Republic Bank Exodus, we had the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra, the composition for Tune of Choice, Shaquille Vincent, and the conductor was also Shaquille Vincent.
Band number 6 we just heard was Tech Tropical Angel Harps, and this was led and conducted by Clarence Morris, also the composer of their Tune of Choice, Voices in My Head, Part 2.
Part 2. So we've had, I think, quite an eclectic evening of music, steel pan music. And what's interesting to me is that the next 2 tunes of choice are also own compositions. So once again, we'll be able to hear and see the richness, the depth of the music that will be coming from these bands' creativity, because Arden Herbert is the composer of the piece Penance and Purgatory, which will be played as tune of choice for band number 7, Mood Steel Orchestra. And the next band following Moods will be NGC Cuba Joylanders, and they too will be performing a piece composed by Akua Leith, well-known name. If we look at NSSO, Akua Leith, and will be conducted by Akua as well. And it's called Steel Pan, a Divine Intervention Delivered Through Us. So again, these messages, deep in some cases.
Very deep.
But proclaiming pride and ownership. So that's certainly something to look forward to from band number 8, NGC Cuba Joylanders. But for the moment, we do have a slight break where we do have the pans being changed over, because they can only take 3 bands at a time on stage, and that's why we do have a bit of an intermission. So as we talk about what we can expect to come up for the next I would say couple hours.
Yes, at least another
about 2 hours.
2.5 hours to go again.
Yes, but certainly the steel pan is taking pride of place. It's, as was said so many times, and which we cannot reiterate too frequently, it is a symbol of honor for us, especially this very momentous year for the steel pan, where we've had all these developments, and the Prime Minister did talk about some more that are coming up, so we look forward to that. And as we talk about where pan is reached and where it's going, we also talk about, well, let's congratulate once again, we did it last weekend, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, the president of Pan Trinbago, who just recently got an award from, I think, the Fort Lauderdale Independence Committee or something like that. But it was to acknowledge her progressiveness, her leadership, and you know, those good qualities. So that's another something out there on the global scene. And once recognition of pan is out there, of course media outlets pick it up, social media picks it up. And so, as was said by Mrs. Ramsey Moore at some point, that it's not an African instrument, pan that is, or an Indian instrument or a Chinese instrument, it's a Trinidad and Tobago instrument, it is our own. So any acknowledgement favorably for the pan is a favorable acknowledgement of Trinidad and Tobago, yes, our nation. And it is, of course, Independence Month, going straight into republicanism, which is a time of heightened awareness of what it means to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, a proud national of Trinidad and Tobago, or I always say a Caribbean person, because we saw Cordis,
yes,
and his work with Exodus. He's a Caribbean man, you know, so that's the thing, you know, that when we can all with pride embrace the pan and have the ownership. Yes, it's Trinidad and Tobago, and we have, let me keep on saying this, the geographical indicator or indications, however they put it, so that it's now patented, it's official that we stamp it on our pans. This is the birthplace of the steel pan, the mecca of the steel pan. And I feel like breaking into Brother Mudada's song, but I'll spare your ears for that.
Sharon, I'm glad you started talking about Pan Trinbago. I'd really like to congratulate Pan Trinbago, led by Beverly Ramsey Moore and her team of young persons generally, because, you know, she says pan is spirit and the spirit will never die. I think I want to add another catchphrase in there, Pan Chimbigo will never sleep. Because straight out of Panorama came all of these events, and they've been back to back, and it's not stopping.
non-stop.
And when this is over, they're not getting a chance to rest very much, because very soon the organizing for Panorama 2025 is going to begin.
Yes,
You know?
and I didn't even mention, once again, World Steel Pan Day.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so we'll talk more about that when we come back from a short break. For Canopium Amoris, the canopy of love, and it's a one love. Before we go any further, we would like to clarify some of the incidents that happened earlier on, especially during the Republic Bank Exodus performance, and this is for general information. There have been electricity problems to the venue, and that caused the board, which is the board that supplies sound, it controls the sound, not from our end, not from WAC end, but from the PA people who supplying the sound and lighting for the stage. So that board was blown out, and that happened so unfortunately during the Republic Bank Exodus performance. So that's why there was some sound issues. Once the board is blown out, as folks would know, you would get probably a hum, as there's some feedback coming from monitors and all that sort of thing. But that was not the fault or the responsibility of the WAC sound people. That is the PA system, the general PA system for the complex. So you might have heard members of the audience also exclaiming with dismay at not hearing what Republic Bank was performing. It is to be hoped that the judges were close enough and heard that unmiked version, which did not interfere with their scoring. Of course, Michelle, who's with me, is an adjudicator, an experienced one, so she would probably know more about how that might have affected the adjudication. So to reiterate and to repeat that the technical problems experienced at some points because of the electrical problems. So let's cross stage side right now for the next performance. So let's know that the band is T&Tech Tropical Angel Harps.
An intellectual awakening of an individual as they navigate the complexities of life and self-discovery. This piece encapsulates the transformative journey from self-realization to the profound understanding of life's truths. The work begins with an evocative theme that symbolizes the core essence of the self, embodying innocence. As the piece progresses, it undergoes various transformations representing the impact of life's experiences on the individual's identity. The motif is fragmented, reassembled, and developed in ways that reflect moments of joy, sorrow, calm, confusion, doubt, and revelation. The exploration of harmonic and rhythmic variations and articulation shapes and flows of the prognostic's journey. The growth of the individual is reflected as the work develops, with the emergence of serene lyrical passages that show glimpses of clarity and understanding. The theme returns in the final section and climaxes towards enlightenment. This piece is not just a musical exploration, but an invitation for introspection, encouraging listeners to reflect on their own journey and the truths they have uncovered along the way. It prompts celebration of the resilience of the human spirit and the beauty of the quest for self-discovery. Composer and conductor Clarence Morris and the T&Tech Tropical Angel Harps presents Journey to Enlightenment. That was band number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Tech Tropical Angel Harps, their tune of choice. Voices in My Head, Part 2, Journey to Enlightenment. Can we hear it for them one more time? So, we are 6 sea orchestras now. We have 4 more to go. Just to let you know that there are limited edition models and the
Voices in My Head, that is the title of this tune of choice, composed by Clarence Morris and conducted by Clarence Morris. And this is band number 6 in the Orchestra finals. And we would like to hear what Michel has to say, because it's very interesting when sometimes people talk about own compositions or local compositions done in the classical music style. Some people can't wrap their heads around it because it still doesn't sound like what they expect classical music to sound like. But I think this one, for me anyway, definitely followed that kind of pattern or template of the established or traditional classical music that we're accustomed to hearing. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this rendition.
Yes, Sharon, you're thinking exactly my thoughts, because I was saying maybe Trinidad needed a 5th trophy in this competition, a trophy for maybe the best locally composed own choice piece, you know. Yes, I found that this piece was really closest to what would resemble closest typical classical piece of music. Again, programmatic, because it's telling a journey, it's telling the story of a journey to enlightenment. I found in this particular piece, the melodic lines were well established. Right throughout this piece, you could hear the melody, you understood what it was. There were some sequences, that's when the melody is not just repeated the same way, but it's repeated probably a step or 2 higher. So you heard a lot of that, and the melody moved around, so it didn't stay in the tenors. Yes, it was percussive in some places, but I found the melodic development, in particular in this composition, was well established and very well played.
All right, that's praise indeed from Michel Darridge. So let's talk a little bit, because we didn't have much time for the test piece to talk about too much of that. This is Tech Tropical Angel Harps, coming from Enterprise Shogunas. This is a community band, definitely a community band. Their history is very interesting. For those who are familiar with Trinidad and Tobago and familiar with the so-called hotspots, or the areas that perhaps are the areas that have been designated no-go areas by some in society, would know that Enterprise in Shogunas is one of those areas. There's a lot of deprivation. Many people would sometimes say, I'm not going to Enterprise Shogunas, but this band illustrates how important panyards are, how important it is to draw a community together, and the community looks after their young ones, and lots of young ones in Tech Tropical Angel Harps. So let's talk a little bit about your thoughts about the band's overall performance, test piece, tune of choice, and best dress, of course, that category.
It was very well done. I found that their test piece was rather smooth. I didn't hear much straying, if I could use that word, not having seen a score. But compared to a couple other bands, it seemed to have taken some liberties in the speed, as well as some of the dynamic changes, especially coming down to the end. I found Tropical resembled, their playing was very similar to the first set of bands we heard. So it was really very smooth, well played. Clarence is a seasoned musician. He's also a product of the University of the West Indies. Must stick that in there. Kudos to their music program too. And then his piece came up. He wrote the piece for their own choice. Very well executed, clean, powerful, dramatic, very dynamic.
All right. Well, just to give you an idea of what people are playing for, the prize structure. Now, the press release that was sent out by Trinbago, the world governing body for steel pan, was in April of this year. So things may have changed because originally it was supposed to have been 8 finalists, but the decision was taken to let all 10 in for the finals. So the bands, orchestras, the category allowed no less than 35 players, and that would include rhythm section, people playing maybe the non-traditional instruments that you would normally see. So everything is included there. So no less than 35 and no more than 50 players, again, including rhythm section, if somebody's shaking a shack, whatever you're doing, no more than 50 players. So that is the criteria for you to be eligible to be orchestra. This is the orchestra that would be playing for $500,000 in first place. So the winner, overall winner, will get $500,000. Second prize, $450,000. Third prize, $400,000. Fourth, $350,000. And that goes now to fifth with $300,000. The sixth place would get $250,000. That was the figure that was released by Pan Tobago in April, and the 6th, 7th, 8th would have the $250,000. So I would think, and I'm certainly not on the finance committee for Pan Tobago, I would think that 9 and 10 would probably still get the $250,000. So that's the prize money. Trophies are awarded for best dress. We've been talking about that. Get your trophy for best tune of choice. You get your trophy for best test piece. So, you know, it's a substantial amount.
Yes, and the trophy for the overall winner.
Yes, and you get the trophy as well as your $500,000 for the overall winner. So if we look at, say, single pan and the ensemble, the prizes were not the same amounts, but again, you got your trophies for test piece and tune of choice and best dress and overall champion. So congratulations once again to all our winners in the finals of the National Steel Band Music Festival 2024. Steel Pan is more beautiful. So we've heard from Tropical Angel Harps. And once again, for those who have been writing on the chat, sending messages, we appreciate that there was a bit of a glitch. Band number 6 is Tropical Angel Harps. But before that, when we heard from Exodus Steel Orchestra, that was when there was a bit of a sound problem here caused by probably surge, or I'm no electrician, no expert with that, but there were problems with the electricity, and that gave a relay effect to the board, the sound board, not wax sound board, but certainly the board for the company regulating the overall sound. So we get a feed, and that's why we had some problems with that band. But hopefully everything now is smooth sailing. Whether or not there's still fluctuations in electricity or whatever was the problem with the electricity supply, hopefully now that people can problem solve and look to resolve what's happening. So we have our next band, which will be when the pans can change over, which is Moods Steel Orchestra. And by the way, maybe we should go over the conductor for the various bands, so yes, folks who missed out on that. So if we talk about, well, we can go from band number 1.
Sure.
So from band number 1, we had Court Sound Specialists of Laventille. The conductor there was Kareen Brown.
And in performing second was Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra, and they were conducted by Sheldon Peters.
Band number 3 from South, Pan Elders from San Fernando, Carib Street, and the conductor Keisha Codrington.
The only female in the competition this evening. Band number 4, Republic
Band.
The
only female conducting,
sorry,
because
yes.
we do have quite a few females performing.
Oh yes, but first and only female conductor for the evening. Number 4 was Republic Bank Exodus, and they had 2 conductors. So for their test piece was Can Cordis, and for March Slav was Maestro Jesus Acosta Beltran Ruiz.
Following Republic Bank Exodus, we had the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra, the composition for tune of choice, Shaquille Vincent, and the conductor was also Shaquille Vincent.
Band number 6 we just heard was Tech Tropical Angel Harps, and this was led and conducted by Clarence Morris, also the composer of their tune of choice, Voices in My Head, Part 2.
Part 2. So we've had, I think, quite an eclectic evening of music, steel pan music. And what's interesting to me is that the next 2 tunes of choice are also own compositions. So once again, we'll be able to hear and see the richness, the depth of the music that will be coming from these bands' creativity, because Arden Herbert is the composer of the piece Penance and Purgatory, which will be played as tune of choice for band number 7, Mood Steel Orchestra. And the next band following Moods will be NGC Couva Joylanders, and they too will be performing a piece composed by Akua Leith, well-known name. If we look at NSSO, Akua Leith, and will be conducted by Akua as well. And it's called Steel Pan, a Divine Intervention Delivered Through Us. So again, these messages, deep in some cases.
Very deep.
But proclaiming pride and ownership. So that's certainly something to look forward to from band number 8, NGC Couva Joylanders. But for the moment, we do have a slight break where we do have the pans being changed over, because they can only take 3 bands at a time on stage, and that's why we do have a bit of an intermission. So as we talk about what we can expect to come up for the next I would say couple hours.
Yes, at least another 2.
About 2 hours.
2.5 hours to go again.
Yes, but certainly the steel pan is taking pride of place. It's, as was said so many times, and which we cannot reiterate too frequently, it is a symbol of honor for us, especially this very momentous year for the steel pan, where we've had all these developments, and the Prime Minister did talk about some more that are coming up, so we look forward to that. And as we talk about where pan is reached and where it's going, we also talk about, well, let's congratulate once again, we did it last weekend, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, the president of Pan Trinbago, who just recently got an award from, I think, the Fort Lauderdale Independence Committee or something like that. But it was to acknowledge her progressiveness, her leadership, and you know, those good qualities. So that's another something out there on the global scene. And once recognition of pan is out there, of course media outlets pick it up, social media picks it up. And so, as was said by Mrs. Ramsey Moore at some point, that it's not an African instrument, pan that is, or an Indian instrument, or a Chinese instrument. It's a Trinidad and Tobago instrument. It is our own. So any acknowledgement favorably for the pan is a favorable acknowledgement of Trinidad and Tobago, yes, our nation. And it is, of course, Independence Month, going straight into republicanism, which is a time of heightened awareness of what it means to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, a proud national of Trinidad and Tobago, or I always say a Caribbean person, because we saw Can Cordis,
yes,
and his work with Exodus. He's a Caribbean man, you know, so that's the thing, you know, that when we can all with pride embrace the pan and have the ownership. Yes, it's Trinidad and Tobago, and we have, let me keep on saying this, the geographical indicator or indications, however they put it, so that it's now patented, it's official, that we stamp it on our pans. This is the birthplace of the steel pan, the mecca of the steel pan. And I feel like breaking into Brother Mudada's song, but I'll spare your ears for that.
Sharon, I'm glad you started talking about Pan Trinbago. I'd really like to congratulate Pan Trinbago, led by Beverly Ramsey Moore and her team of young persons generally, because, she says, pan is spirit and the spirit will never die. I think I want to add another catchphrase in there, Pan Chimbigo will never sleep. Because straight out of Panorama came all of these events, and they've been back to back, and it's not stopping. And when this is over, they're not getting a chance to rest very much, because very soon the organizing for Panorama 2025 is going to begin.
Yes, and I didn't even mention, once again, World Steel Pan Day.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so we'll talk more about that when we come back from a short break. And we're back because the bands have done their switchover of their pans, and the next three bands have set up their pans on stage. And Michelle, I have to commend whoever's organizing the stage management, because they are moving quickly to do
they
this.
are.
So band number 7, which comes from QREP, so this is Eastern Region, and we have the piece, of course, the test piece, which is Dedication, and that is a David Rudder composition, well, co-written with Pelham Goddard, and arranged, once again, we remind people, because it's important, I think, to give credit to the people who compose the music, those who adapt the music, and in this case, we have Kendall Williams, who has adapted the test piece, which is Dedication, for all the bands. And as Michelle said, the scores are submitted. You don't deviate from the scores, or I'm sure the judges will not look kindly on that. So we have another own composition, and in this case it's Penance and Purgatory, Arden Herbert, and we often think of Arden when we think of Invaders, I think.
At one point, yes.
Yes, so Arden Herbert is the conductor for the band as well, and the usual routine, or nobody has played their tune of choice first.
No, because the stipulation is test piece followed by tune of choice.
All right, so there you go. So no deviation from that either. So there we go. All right, so we've got band number 7 about to play, hailing from Southern Main Road in QREP, and the leader is Roger Thomas. Tuners. Now, we haven't spoken much about the tuners for the bands, although early on in the broadcast we did mention that tone, the sound of the pan is important for the judges to be able to say. I think they give points for that too.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So let me mention tuners, and before anybody gets upset on the stream and says, but you didn't mention the tuners for the others, I will recap, because once again, important that everybody is given their flowers. So in this case, the tuner for Mood Steel Orchestra is Desmond Mappo Richardson and Anthony Duncan, and they're going to play as their tune of choice an Arden Herbert composition entitled Penance and Purgatory. Arden will also be conducting this particular band. And Arden, I understand, is a relative also, so I've seen quite a few around here today. But we will not, I'm not a judge, so there's no bias involved. What are you expecting to hear from this band, Michelle?
I heard one of Arden's pieces for the single pan category. Again, another dramatic composition, program music again. Lots of changes in dynamics, and again, very percussive. So I feel, and this is Penance and Purgatory, we're going back to Hell and Death and Destruction.
Which is very gothic and
yeah. So we expect a lot of changes in mood. We expect to get that somber, that foreboding or ominous kind of sound
angst
coming out of this piece.
I wonder if, well, for folks who don't know about Purgatory and what is the stage of Purgatory, at least for the major religions who would talk about it, and that is Christian religions, it's that transition period where it's like you ain't really reached the level of hell.
Waiting room.
You're in the waiting room, but you can escape hell. So it's not really waiting to go to hell. You can actually go upward instead of downward. And a lot of religions, or at least the thinking of the religion, is that when you're in purgatory, you could, repent, recant, all that sort of thing. And it could go either way. So let's hear if this goes either way with Mood Steel Orchestra from Cureb, as Arden is able to make his magic. At this time too, it's a good idea to just mention the sponsors, because without the sponsorship of various corporate entities, we're unable to have this National Steel Band Music Festival. As you would well imagine, it does not come cheap. I'm absolutely amazed how many bands actually get their pans from their panyard to venues, because I've heard of people charging $30,000-$40,000, because we're talking orchestra now, we're not talking a few pans. Yep. So $30,000-$40,000, not unheard of. But anyway, it's under the patronage of the Honorable Prime Minister, that's Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley. And just to mention, National Flour Mills, First Citizens, Phoenix Park, NLCB, which is the National Lotteries Control Board, Carib, IDB, B-Mobile, Visit Trinidad, #Visit Trinidad, TTT Limited, the National Carnival Commission, Caribbean Airlines, 95.5. We also have Red 96.7. A big shout out to WAC TV. They too partnered to be able to sponsor this particular event, an event which had a hiatus for quite a while, but was brought back, as the Prime Minister mentioned, through his request, so that we can hear classical music and, of course, all those amazing instruments that you normally hear with a symphony or a philharmonic orchestra, but matched with the steel pan. There's also the ministry as well of, what's that there? Got to get better glasses. Tourism, culture and the arts. So quite a few sponsors, but we could always do with more. So there you go. Now that's an interesting thing, Michelle, because when people think of instruments accompanying steel pan or steel pan accompanying instruments, we always think of the piano. We always think of Winifred Atwell. And she may not have been the first, but that's the one that most people would think of with Pan Am North Stars and that. Tell me some instrument that you'd like to hear accompanying steel pan, or vice versa, that you've not heard of before. I love to put people on the spot.
And she did.
All right, I'll give you a couple minutes to think about it, and maybe on our stream folks might think of some, because remember, we've had so many violin. I know many times we've heard the violin with the steel pan, but I'm trying to think of one of those instruments, conventional instruments, that might be interesting to have with the steel pan.
I think
the harp.
I'm about to say that I think that even up at UWI, they have explored many of those instruments with the steel pan. Now, I don't think we can say they have accompanied the pan or the pan has accompanied them, but a number of their pieces have been created where lots of different instruments have come together with the pan.
With the pan.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
they coexist, not necessarily one accompanying the other, but all intertwined.
Oh.
And I know even under Dr. Remy, because Dr. Remy is a percussion expert, so with the use of the vibraphone and all these other even unconventional percussion instruments, we've had a lot of work happening at UWI.
Yeah, I think it's rather interesting that we think about, we sort of give these throwaway lines that the pan can't be paired with something and therefore it can't travel. Well, a lot of those things have been debunked, because we have touring sites right now all over the world and to great acclaim. So something, just something I threw out there. But we do have the bands to come: Moods, NGC Couva Joylanders, Sangre Grande Cordettes, and Proman Starlift Steel Orchestra still to come. And I believe the judges are certainly ready. We can see that they are at their table. So we're not quite sure what the holdup is, and we were doing so well, but the panists are behind their pans, so it's just for the Master of Ceremonies to introduce band number 7, which, as I say, is Moods Steel Orchestra. So we'll hear a little bit more about the history of Moods, perhaps, and certainly more about the tune of choice, Penance and Purgatory, for those of you who believe in such things, and even those who don't. It'd be interesting to see the emotion that is evoked, because that's what the storytelling thing is about. If we can evoke the emotions,
That's where the
that's
drama
a successful. I think that's a successful rendition.
Oh, definitely. And Sharon, I think we need to remind our viewers of what our judges are looking for.
Indeed.
So again, they are marking based on accuracy of score, 30 points, musical communication, another 30 points, execution, 20 points, quality of sound, and you were talking about the tuners earlier, 10 points, and impact and engagement, 10 points.
All right, so I did say that we wouldn't leave anybody out when we were talking about tuners. Band number 6 that you heard, Tropical T and Tech Tropical Angel Harps, the tuner Jason Holder and Juma Simmons. Let's go to the Defense Force. The tuner is Mario Joseph, and Mario is very busy because he also tuned the pans for Republic Bank Exodus. We don't actually know who tuned the pans for Pan Elders. They did not supply that information. For Cats and Jammers, Steel Orchestra of Black Rock and Tobago, Jason Holder, and for Courts Sound Specialists of Laventil, Juma Simmons and Augustus Peters. So those were the tuners. If we're talking about the leaders of the bands, for Court Sound Specialists, Kern John; for Cats and Jammers, Steel Orchestra, Beverly Ramsey Moore; for Pan Elders, Emerson Joseph; for Republic Bank Exodus, it's Ainsworth Mohammed; for the Defense Force Steel Orchestra, Camille Palmer; for the T and Tech Tropical Angel Harps, Philip Morris; and now coming up we'll have Roger Thomas. Well, beads of sweat, so I would beg your indulgence as I use my fan, but it is rather hot under the lights here. Quite a change from Queen's Hall and their air conditioning, I have to say. so this is it. So I'm not quite sure if they are... I'm seeing pans still going on stage. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back.
Let's welcome Mood Steel Orchestra. Established in 1976, Mood Steel Orchestra emerged from the creative vision and unwavering dedication of Randolph Leroy Thomas and his devoted wife, Mrs. Imelda Thomas. Under their stewardship, the band quickly became a celebrated fixture in the steel pan community. Randolph, an extraordinary leader, was not only the manager, but also the craftsman behind the band's pans, the tuner, and the arranger. A unique combination that set Mood Steel Orchestra apart in the early years. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting on them, so please give a warm welcome to Mood Steel Orchestra, their test piece, Dedication, by Dr. David Michael Rudder. Conductor, Arden Herbert. Mood Steel Orchestra, test piece, dedication.
And there we had Moods Steel Orchestra with the rendition of the test piece, dedication, and again, Michel, these interpretations, what are your thoughts of this particular one from Moods?
Well, I think Mood certainly lived up to their name in this piece.
A moody, yeah.
Yes,
I
gave
found that.
a mood
Yeah.
or two. It started off very lively, and then with the slower, softer section, they got so soft at some points that you were actually able to hear the cellos stand out here and somebody else. So really created a lot of musical moments, musical moods within this particular piece, and of course ended with quite a flourish in the crescendo in the last chord there.
Yeah, 1,000 flowers are blooming and 1,000 interpretations of the test piece, it seems.
Definitely.
So this is a band that has been around for a while, established, we were told, in 1976. And again, one of those community bands that have kind of stayed within the community. You know, you'd have either a couple or some brothers or somebody, and they'd have their pans in their yard, and people would gravitate, you know, just one of those very nice stories that you hear about, especially with Pan and how Pan evolves. I'm not sure, well, maybe others do the same thing with their instruments, but certainly in Trinidad and Tobago with Pan, you often hear of that, where people can use the pan yard as a space, a safe space, and a space where all sorts of ideas, creativity, discipline, lessons are learned, all sorts of things. It really is a special place, the pan yard. In fact, even though the vogue, the trend is to call your place a pan theatre, there are some people, including Ainsworth Mohammed of Exodus, who insist that it is a pan yard. So they're not going beyond that. And again, it reminds me of wanting to claim your own your own thing. We talk about you in the yard, the backyard space, that kind of stuff. And some people think to say theatre is to elevate it, whereas others would argue that there's no elevation needed here. In fact, we are grounds, rootsy, all sorts of things. So it's interesting. It's the way the language is used, the way the language is interpreted, and what's attributed to words and language. So again, you know, we could talk for a lot about a lot of other things, but we're here for the pan, for steel pan excellence. So let's stick with that, shall we? Next up would be their tune of choice, and as we said before, it's own composition, Arden's composition, and it's Penance and Purgatory. So Michel has already talked about the fascination with these things: penance, death, purgatory, lost souls, all those things. But what we can say, all the elements in common would be the power behind these things, the power to move you, the power to inspire you, to make you afraid, to move, you know, to just evoke all sorts of emotions. And I guess that's what we're looking for, especially if we want to make an impact with the pan. So the orchestra is Moods. I was looking, I don't think it's a very large orchestra. Remember, they must have more than 35 players, but they can't have more than 50 players. So that's what we're working with. They're still in the dark zone, so it means that they're not yet ready. But as we speak, voila, they're ready. Tune of choice for Moods, a steel orchestra hailing from Curep, and they are band number 7. Let's cross stateside.
The song was composed by Mr. Arden Herbert, who is also the arranger and conductor of the orchestra. This original composition, Penance and Purgatory, symbolizes the journey to redemption. In this powerful piece, the themes of penance and purgatory are intertwined to reflect the human experience of acknowledging one's mistakes and undergoing the necessary process of purification. Penance represents the deep reflection and remorse that accompany the realization of past wrongs, while Purgatory symbolizes the challenging journey toward spiritual and emotional healing. As the music unfolds, you will hear sounds that evoke the emotions of confession, the depth of remorse, and the ultimate sense of upliftment and redemption. This composition serves as a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there's always a path toward healing and hope. Ladies and gentlemen, Penance and Purgatory, let's welcome tune of choice, Moods Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Arden Herbert.
Following their scores for the test piece from NGC Cuba Joylanders Steel Orchestra, we're being entertained mightily by Keisha, and again we can't help but marvel at her dexterity doing the William Tell
Yes.
wonderful overture. But we do have to mention a little bit about the test piece that was performed by the band. So Michelle, over to you.
Well, the air is getting rarer as we begin to wind down. This particular interpretation had a very classical feel, although it's a calypso, and I admire that. Expertly conducted by a Leith.
No surprise.
I mean, he came out of NSS, so he was the artistic director for a while. So just watching him conduct this band was quite a joy to see his interpretation and how he led the band, you know, to give what he's asking. And they certainly delivered.
All right, well, they're moving along quite quickly. So the tune of choice, let's turn to Ken Simmons to hear a bit more about Steel Pan, a divine intervention delivered through us.
Invention, born from its creator's creativity and ingenuity, and celebrates the extraordinary instrument's ongoing journey. This dynamic musical composition explores the journey of the steel pan through time, encapsulating its past, present, and future. The title of this composition cleverly plays on the words invention and intervention, highlighting the profound evolution of a musical instrument and its impact on our people and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for their tune of choice, NGC Cuba Joylanders Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Akua Leith.
Steel pan, a divine intervention delivered through us, acknowledges the steel pan as a divine invention, born from its creator's creativity and ingenuity, and celebrates this extraordinary instrument's ongoing journey. This dynamic musical composition explores the journey of the steel pan through time, encapsulating its past, present, and future. The title of this composition cleverly plays on the words invention and intervention, highlighting the profound evolution of a musical instrument and its impact on our people and culture. It leads us to ask one question: if it wasn't for the steel pan, where would we be? We are the chosen ones who created this instrument. We have created a Caribbean voice, and now we have the responsibility to share it with the world. Steel pan is delivered through us to the world. This is our prayer going forward.
NGC Cougar Joylanders and ingenuity, and celebrates the extraordinary instrument's ongoing journey. This dynamic musical composition explores the journey of the steel pan through time, encapsulating its past, present, and future. The title of this composition cleverly plays on the words invention and intervention, highlighting the profound evolution of a musical instrument and its impact on our people and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for their tune of choice, NGC Cougar Joylanders Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Akua Leet.
Steel pan, the divine intervention delivered through us, acknowledges the steel pan as a divine invention, born from its creator's creativity and ingenuity, and celebrates this extraordinary instrument's ongoing journey. This dynamic musical composition explores the journey of the steel pan through time, encapsulating its past, present, and future. The title of this composition cleverly plays on the words invention and intervention, highlighting the profound evolution of a musical instrument and its impact on our people and culture. It leads us to ask one question. If it wasn't for the steel pan, where would we be? We are the chosen ones who created this instrument. We have created a Caribbean voice, and now we have the responsibility to share it with the world. Steel pan is delivered through us to the world. This is our prayer going forward.
NGC Cooper Joylanders. Thank you. So we are ready for band number 9, ladies and gentlemen. They're already on stage. Let's put our hands together and welcome Sangre Grande Chordettes Steel Orchestra. The Sangre Grande Chordettes has been described by many as the gem of the Eastern region. From Arima to Toko, Chordettes is currently the largest active steel band, and as such, its history is second to none. The band comes from humble beginnings. In 1959, Stanley Balls Cooper, with the cooperation of the Chowlin-On family and a group of pan players from other steel bands in Sangre Grande region, came together and started a new band called the Bakery Boys. Stanley Cooper in the recreation area, Ivan Prenge and 220 Sugar from All Stars on Foster Road, Paul Pablo Campbell and his cousin Chicken from Intruders in the Village, and others from bands in Boys Town, Sangre Chiquito and Manzanilla served as the foundation for the band that is Sangre Grande Chordettes. Ladies and gentlemen, doing the best piece this evening, put your hands together and welcome Sangre Grande Chordettes Steel Orchestra. Conductor Michael Lindsay. So we are ready for band number 9, ladies and gentlemen. They're already on stage. Let's put our hands together and welcome Sangre Grande Chordettes Steel Orchestra. The Sangre Grande Chordettes has been described by many as the gem of the Eastern region. From Arima to Toko, Chordettes is currently the largest active steel band, and as such, its history is second to none. The band comes from humble beginnings. In 1959, Stanley Balls Cooper, with the cooperation of the Chowlin-On family and a group of pan players from other steel bands in Sangre Grande region, came together and started a new band called the Bakery Boys. Stanley Cooper in the recreation area, Ivan Prenge and 220 Sugar from All Stars on Foster Road, Paul Pablo Campbell and his cousin Chicken from Intruders in the Village, and others from bands in Boys Town, Sangre Chiquito and Manzanilla served as the foundation for the band that is Sangre Grande Chordettes. Ladies and gentlemen, doing the best piece this evening, put your hands together and welcome Sangre Grande Chordettes Steel Orchestra. Conductor Michael Lindsay. now time for Sangre Grande Chorded Steel Orchestra's tune of choice, Ludwig van Beethoven Symphony No. 6, movement in F major Op. 68, commonly known as the Pastoral Symphony, is notable for its depiction of nature and rural life. Completed in 1808, it consists of 5 movements, each representing a different scene in the countryside. The 5th movement, titled Shepherd's Song, cheerful and thankful feelings after the storm, is characterized by a serene and reflective mood. This movement follows the dramatic 4th movement, which portrays a thunderstorm. In contrast, the 5th movement conveys a sense of peace and relief, illustrating the calm that follows the storm. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together during their tune of choice. Sangre Grande Chorded Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Michael Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, band number 9, Sangre Grande Chorded Steel Orchestra. Their tune of choice, Beethoven Symphony number 6, movement in F major, legacy of contributing to the cultural landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. It has been a panorama finalist on more than 25 occasions and has won the title 3 times. The band has a large following on Carnival Monday for its traditional mass performances and has won the Band of the Day competition on 21 occasions. Another staple event the band is coined is its Independence Day brunch held on August 31st. Musical director Dante Pantin is taking the band on a new journey, experimenting with different sounds, fusions, and collaborations. The band's motto is "We, Not I," because Proman Starlift Steel Orchestra is going places. The band is headquartered at the Starlift House of Music, number 1 Christopher Samuel Drive, Mokorapo. Starlift is proudly sponsored by Proman Trinidad. Ladies and gentlemen, to do the test piece dedication by Dr. David Michael Rudder, adapted and arranged by Dante Pantin. Put your hands together as we welcome Proman Starlift Steel Orchestra. Conductor, Michael Joseph. Ladies and gentlemen, that was band number 10, Proven Starlight Steel Orchestra. So there you have it, our 10 orchestra bands perform for us this evening into the morning time. And I want to commend you. Thank you so very much for staying. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. And we are about to reveal the results. It wouldn't be too long from now. We are here to see them reap the reward. At this time, I would like to call Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley to come forward. Also, I would like to call the Honorable Senator Randall Mitchell, Dr. Nan Gadsby-Dolly, and our President, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, for the presentation. I also want to thank the judges for doing a fantastic job. Put your hands together for all the judges, ladies and gentlemen. So as you know, the Trinidad and Tobago National Steel Band Music Festival was under the patronage of Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And we have a very special presentation for the Prime Minister at this time.
So because you heard me say I couldn't play the pan, you gave me a pan. Well, I hope I get the time to play. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. So you see, immediately he says he wasn't able to play, so now he has the steel pan, so he'll be able to play. So we start off with the best dress official results, and what we're going to do, we're just going to announce the winner of the best dress, and I'm going to ask the President, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, to present the winner of the best dress. With a score of 246 points, the best dress goes to NGC Cuba Joy Lando Steel Orchestra. Terry Lyons, all right. Put your hands together for NGC Cuba Joy Landers. So it's time to deliver the results of the best test piece official results. So I'm going to start at 10th position with 405 points, Mood Steel Orchestra. 9th position with 410 points, Sangre Grande Corvettes. In position number 8 with 432 points, Chord Sound Specialist of Laventil. 7th position with a score of 436 points, T&Tech Tropical Angel Harp Steel Orchestra. We have a tie for 5th place with a score of 437, Pan Elder Steel Orchestra and Perman Starlet Steel Orchestra. In 4th position with a score of 444 points, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. We have a tie for 2nd place with a score of 447. And you know, when I announce the 2 bands, we automatically know who would have won the test piece. Republic Bank Exodus and NGC Couva Joylander Steel Orchestra. And the winner with 449 points, Best Test Piece, Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. We're going to ask Dr. Nan Gatsby Dolly to present the winner of the Best Test Piece. Who's coming? No, the vice captain is coming. Congratulations going out to Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. We move right along for the best tune of choice. We start off with position number 10 with a score of 404 points, Sangre Grande Cordettes. Placing 9th with 412, Mood Steel Orchestra. Placing 8th, Chord Sound Specialists of Laventille. In 7th position, with 444 points, Pan Elders Steel Orchestra. In 6th position, with a score of 445 points, Tech Tropical Angel Harp Steel Orchestra. In 5th position, with a score of 446 points, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. In 4th position, with a score of 450 points, Pullman Starlet Steel Orchestra. Coming with the ears rare. In 3rd position, with a score of 452 points, Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. In 2nd position, with a score of 458 points, NGC Couva Joylander Steel Orchestra. And taking the top spot in the best tune of choice with a score of 470 points, Republic Bank Exodus. And we'll ask Senator the Honorable Randall Mitchell to deliver the trophy. Well, everybody's celebrating. Oh, okay. The band's leader, Mr. Ainsworth Mohammed, will come and collect. Put your hands together, let's congratulate Republic Bank Exodus, best tune of choice. And Ainsworth, I call him my second daddy, he's a long-time friend of the family. Right, so we are here at the overall results now. In position number 10, with a score of 814 points, Sangre Grande Cordettes. In position number 9, with 817 points, Mood Steel Orchestra. In 8th position, with a score of 863 points, Chord Sound Specialists of Laventille. We have a tie for the 6th spot, with a score of 881 points, Tech Tropical Angel Harp Steel Orchestra, and Pan Elders Steel Orchestra. In fifth position, with a score of 887 points, Pullman Starlift Steel Orchestra. In fourth position, with a score of 890 points, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Steel Orchestra. We're down to the final three. In third position, with a score of 901, Cats and Jammers Steel Orchestra. We're down to the final two. In second position, with a score of 905 points, NGC Couva Joyland Steel Orchestra, and the winner, overall winner with 917 points, Republic Bank Exodus Steel Orchestra! The Honorable Dr. Keith Rubber will present them with the prize. Orchestra Finals Champion, Republic Bank Exodus. Hold it, don't drop it, don't drop it, don't drop it. Congratulations going out to Republic Bank Exodus for taking top honors. Congratulations to the Puna Band. Line up dust in your face, eh? Line up dust in your face. Julie? Ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded our 2024 National Steel Band Music Festival. Steel Band is more beautiful 2024. Como PM Amores, under the esteemed patronage of Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Pete Christopher Rowley. We want to say thank you for coming out. My name is Ken Simmons. Thank you for having me, Patrick Bagel. We had a great time. So raise that one. Raise it up for me. Raise it up.